What? Stream has started. I am here. I am audible for the first time in a while. Good grief. Starting off stream strong here. Okay, well, hello everybody. It's so good to see you here. Like the stream. Yeah, EB the Purple coming out strong at the beginning here. Like the stream, please. Thank you so much. Welcome in, of course. So good to see you all. We have on the website chat, nobody in the YouTube chat right now, which is fine. You know, we have a thriving website chat. So here we have Max and EB the Purple. Hello, and BJ and Mersh, Aska I saw as well. Timerinia, Nouvenol. Hello, hello. Yes, I have a 3D printer. So I have Hron. Can you see all of there? Now you can see all of it. They're large. They're quite large. Hey Baphomet. Yes, it is today it is Horny chat. It's horny chat top to bottom today. Nothing else is permitted to happen except for horny chat today. I recognize I could have hidden the little strap under my hair, but I decided that I was not going to fuck with parting my hair like that right now, so you just have to deal with the fact that you can see my straps. Quarbarian, hello. Yes, I don't 3D model anything. This was just someone else modeled them and then I 3D printed them. So that's what I took the you know, I'll take the credit for the quality of the thing. What's up, Silent? Good to see you too. We should hang out this week. I have this tendency, you know, the specific problem that I'm dealing with right now privately. Whenever I'm dealing with that specific problem, I have a tendency to really hardcore self-isolate, which is bad. So that's on me. I should reach out more. Love to hide straps. True. Horny chat topping these bottoms. True. So, and this other thing though, I will take credit for. I don't know if you've noticed, I'm wearing this weird red thing. This is something that I crocheted. So the whole aesthetic goes together, like, right? Am I right though? Am I right? Listen. So, you know, this is something that I do when I feel like garbage sometimes, is I just like try to look cute, because sometimes that makes me feel a little bit better. Pentagram harness vibes, actually. A little bit, yeah, it is a little bit like the pentagram harness vibes. I actually have one. But what's really cool about this design is that so I didn't, again, this was someone else's pattern. I just followed her pattern. But she did it in like a peach color. This is supposed to be like a starfish top. And I like changed the edging to be this like spiky edging instead of the soft edging that she had. And then I made it red. So I figured like, ooh, it's goth. What's up, Cans and Capybara? Horny chat is a definite improvement on the vibes here. Hot as hell today too. Yeah, is it hot there in Topeka? Yeah, I figured the vibes go together pretty well. Honestly, like a Horty Ahagao. Yeah, true. I feel like Baphomet would get good use out of the Horty Ahagao. Oh my gosh. Anyway, you know, we're just gonna chill this first hour or so, and then I'm sure there's some fucking news for us to talk about. Marjorie Taylor Greene being the way that she is. Yes, called out Baphomet. Yeah. And the trans sports stuff, you know, we're starting to see investigations of young cis girls being triggered just because they're better at the sport. So we definitely have some stuff to talk about today. I do want to ease into it though. I don't know how everyone else is doing. I feel like shit. Feeling like a saggy massive sack of shit. Big ol' motherfucking duffel bag of shit. Thank you, Bo Burnham, for giving me that song to sing when I feel bad. So anyway, I'm just trying to do my best, and I hope that you all are trying to do your best to like take care of yourselves. I have successfully not had any alcohol in like probably about 2 weeks now, so I'll take the W on that. Frankly, I'm not doing a very good job in most other areas of taking care of myself. So How have you all been? Have you all been taking care of yourselves since the last time I saw you? I hope that you're drinking water and eating healthy where you can. I had some just last night, sadly. Are you trying to abstain as well, Baphomet? It's hard. It's really hard. You know, substance abuse is complex, and, you know, there are, like, good reasons why we try to drown our sorrows, but we don't want to end up doing that all the time, right? If we drown our sorrows all the time, then we're never dealing with our problems. And that is something that I think is really important. I'm trying to figure out if my camera got messed up somehow between the last time and this time, because I feel like the angles are all weird. But anyway, I'm just trying not to beat myself up too much. It feels like there's just like an overwhelming amount of pressure all the time, and it's really hard to function through that, you know? It's just really difficult. So I think that you all are doing a good job. I hope that I am doing an okay job. Our secret non-critter housemate let me have one of her water bottles. It has a lewd nipple design, and I've been drinking lots of water as a result. Whatever you got to do to trick yourself into doing the thing, you know? Whatever you got to do. I got my initial monkeypox vax Friday. That's cool. I haven't looked into how to get that. I'm sure I could probably ask my doctor, and he would help me figure that out. But having been in a monogamous relationship for such a long time, I don't know that they would really care about giving me the thing, you know? I spent most of last night staring down a tequila bottle with my boyfriend nervously watching me, making sure I don't just take swigs out of the bottle. That's no good. I personally feel like it would be easier if I had company, but I just don't. Feeling like a rug, but I did chores, watered my plants, my husband, and myself. Nice! Thank you. Yeah, Wreckage, the horns. I'm very excited about them. I just finished 3D printing them like a couple days ago, and they're big. They're so big. I'm working on like getting them into my mental hitbox. Do you know what I mean? Like, I smack them against stuff sometimes, and I'm trying to figure that out a little bit. Thankfully, I didn't drink much. Grateful my boyfriend was there for me. That's good. Yeah. I'm like teetering closer and closer to the edge of just like really inappropriately talking about what's going on in my personal life. Like, and I'm not just saying today. I mean, like, every time I stream, I feel like I'm closer and closer to just going off the fucking rails. And like just bleh, like vomiting everything that's been going on with me. It is not great. I want to set, I mean, Wreckage, I could ostensibly hook that up for you, potentially. It's called a collision box. Honestly. Yeah, no, I mean, you're fine, Baphomet. I'm just saying that, like, I mean, like, before stream, I was pacing. This is when I can't stop thinking about it, I pace. So I'm just, like, pacing around my apartment in circles and, like, getting worked up and, like, almost crying and then being like, stop, like, we're gonna go on stream, stop it, you know? So it's me. Been falling off lately, but I'm ready to begin the upcoming semester. I'm ready for a change of pace, even if my scholarship disappeared as a consequence of automatic class scheduling. Oh, that sounds fucking annoying. Also, yeah, considering the whole Baphomet persona, I'm gonna want a pair of horns at some point. Yeah. So, yeah, these are like this is like a non-commercial license. So, like, technically I shouldn't sell them, but, you know, shipping, and I do have, like, you know, the filament does cost money, so you could just give me a gift of some filament, and that could probably account for it. What's up, Summer Nerdstar? Welcome to the website. I appreciate you popping on over here. I'm new here. How are you? You know, we're having a rough time, a rough day, a rough few years, but we're here. One of my goals, since you're new here, one of my goals is to create a space where we're encouraged to take care of ourselves, even if we are, you know, even if we're not feeling well, you know, I want you all to drink water. I'm drinking water. Hail, hydrate. I used black filament to print these. The only thing I've painted, I have like that Oddish planter, the little Pokemon that I put a plant in, and that I printed out of white, and then I used Sharpie on it. But for the most part, I usually just print stuff out of the color that I want to do. Tier 1 sub from Asuka. Thank you so much. What else do you 3D print? I don't really 3D print very often because I don't just want a bunch of junk around my house, you know, like just a bunch of plastic junk. Oh gosh. I have this one really cool one. Oh no, I'm just gonna go grab it. How do I set up a pronoun role? Summer Nerd Star, if you're on a desktop computer, then on the top right over here in this corner, there is a button at the top header that says account. If you go to your account page, there's a drop down menu right there. Choose it out of the drop down menu, choose your pronoun set, and then hit the green save button and then come back. And by the time you're done with that, I should be back with this cool 3D print that I want to show you all. We love the top. Oh my gosh. Okay. So this is, I 3D print stuff that's like practical, like useful to me, but also like cool, you know, like if I have a drawing tablet, and at one point I had it on my desk and I needed a stand for my drawing tablet, so I printed this out of this like really shiny, silky, almost metallic filament. So my drawing tablet would like rest here. The only thing is that this has an enormous footprint on my desk, you know, that just takes up a lot of space. But anyway, so I printed that. I don't know if you can see this egg over here on the shelf. There's this like light blue colored egg right on the edge of where chat is. And that is a 3D printed egg. It's just a dragon egg thing. It's supposed to be, it's supposed to look like Daenerys's stone dragons eggs that are all like deteriorated and like a little bit fucked up looking. Anyway. Yeah, tentacles, smuggy, exactly. So yeah, I don't 3D print very often, but when I do, it's because I want something specific, you know? I'm like, I want, oh, here's one more. This is a Bulbasaur. It's like a low poly Bulbasaur, so it's obviously it's not crazy detailed, but you know, I made it. I 3D printed it. So to be clear, whenever I say I made or I 3D printed something, I don't know how to model anything in 3D printing wise. So also this is called a tiger's jaw. Look at it. It's so cool. What a cool looking plant. Hey Ariel, welcome in. The horns are awesome, like Maleficent. They are a little bit like Maleficent's, yeah. These ones are just more ridgy. Is it a succulent? Yeah, it's a succulent, I think. It was being sold with succulents, so I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But yeah, pretty fucking cute. And some of them have like bumps on them like Haworthia, which is cool. But it's called like a tiger's jaw. What's up, Ghost Knots? How's it going? We're just easing in, having a little chill convo. I love succulents. I know. I really like succulents, but it's really hard to grow them inside. I don't really have good enough lighting conditions for them. They all end up really leggy. Like, I really love echeverias because they kind of look like flowers, but they're just leaf, like chunky leaf flower things. They do flower sometimes. But they're supposed to be like short and squat and wide, and like all their leafies are right on top of each other, low to the ground, but I don't have enough light, so they always end up like long, and the like leaves are all spaced out in a way that's unpleasant. I'm gonna go put this back. I'm actually really slimming down my plant collection right now because I'm like, there's a lot of plants that I have that are just not sparking joy, and there's a lot of plants that I have that just kind of like I'm like, I don't even know why I have this plant anymore, kind of thing. So, I think by doing that, I'll also be able to take all of my lights and put them on like the same shelf instead of like across multiple shelves. And that way the plants will have better light. So super long leaves to try to get as much sunlight as possible. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. I feel bad for the echeverias. I love them. They're adorable, but I just don't have, the facilities for it right now. I've been like really looking forward to the possibility of owning a house someday, and it's looking like that's probably never gonna fucking happen, so that's cool. You can easily 3D model for 3D printing with an open source program called Blender. Yeah, I'm familiar with Blender. I know Blender is open source. My partner has messed with it a little bit. He followed like a tutorial and built something in Blender and then printed it, so that's cool. At least I think it was Blender. So I've heard of it, but it's just not something that I've chosen to sit down and learn how to do, you know? What's up, Analia? Welcome in. One time I modeled a kobold head in Blender, and that's the extent of my expertise. That seems like it would be really fucking hard. Like, faces and heads and stuff are so... There's so many different components, like so many pieces to it, you know what I mean? Big ol' motherfucking duffel bag of shit. I almost wish that more of my shirt were in the shot. Because look, Lord, I am just so fucking cute today. Anyway. Fawn has been learning modeling in Blender. Yeah, I feel like I've seen some posts from Fawn about that. I still do have a car. That's good to hear, NBJ. Still have a car. The repo guys could come and get it at pretty much any time. It was impossible to do a trade-in because of how much I owe versus what the dealership valued it at. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I wish we could help. It's like there's just not much you can do at a certain point, like once you get deep enough in a situation. Takes some time and lots of experimentation. You'll make lots of mistakes learning Blender for sure. I need to learn Blender for VR chat shit. I've seen some really cool stuff in VR chat. I follow this one dragon artist who made herself in... like, she made her dragon Sona in VR chat, and that was pretty cool. I did crochet the top myself. Yeah, I did not make it up myself. Like, I didn't make the design myself, but I followed someone's... Actually, it was really hard to do. Like, she gave instructions, like, So I was, like, following a video tutorial, right? I'm just gonna complain about this for a second. So she had me start here, start with the star top, right? And then do, like, basically, like, this part. And then, when it was time to start, like, going from something that's like this to then something that's down like this, she only showed one side. And so, like, I started this top over a year ago, but because I didn't know as much as I know now, because I lacked confidence, because she didn't explain, like, how to make it look the same on the opposite side, like, she only did one half of it, and then was, like, you have to actually do things differently on the opposite side, you know what I mean? And so it took me, like, a year to get the confidence to just, like, fuck around with it and figure it out and get it working. And now it's like, I'm done. Damn, it took me such a fucking long time, but it's really cool. I can help with Blender if anybody's stuck with anything. DM me on Twitter, Demon Mama Cord or Docord. I'm not in Docord. Should I be in Docord? Sometimes I'm like, it's kind of awkward to join other creators' Discords without, like, a specific purpose. But yes, hi Cotton D-Pad, yeah. I'm not very active in very many Discords. I've got my own Discord, and I try really hard to, like, say something in there at least once a week. Docord is based. Nice. Ghostnot says, good news for everyone. Good news, everyone! My friends and I saved a kitten on Friday. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I love those videos when they pop across, like, the Facebook timeline of, like, kitten gets rescued and stuff. Sometimes they're too distressing for me. Sometimes I'm like, I don't want to see this animal suffer for the first half of this video. Even though I know the video is on here because the animal gets care and it's fine by the end. But yeah, Luxcord is slowly becoming one of my more active Discords. So that's good. I'm appreciative of the fact that people are hanging out in there more often. And if there's anything I can do to encourage that in the space, let me know. Because I want you all to continue being friends with each other outside of this space. Yeah, Summer Nerd Star. We are going to talk about MTG at some point during this stream. Usually, so where are we right now, time-wise? We're only about 20 minutes in. Usually the first, like, 30 minutes to an hour or so, we spend just kind of, like, hanging out with each other, getting used to what's going on here, enjoying each other's company, checking in about how we're taking care of ourselves, and then, you know, we'll get into the actual business later. Not too long, though. Because I also only stream for, like, a total of maybe, like, somewhere between 3 and 5 hours. Often, like, 3 hours. Yeah, we have a Discord. I tried to make it as easy to understand as possible. I feel that sometimes those rescue videos are quite terrible. Hey, Demonia. Welcome home. Welcome to the stream. I enjoy watching kitten videos and stuff, but sometimes I'm like, this cat's, like, eye is all fucked up and, like, they didn't really blur it. Sometimes they'll blur it if the animal is, like, wounded. But yeah, I'm like, I don't want to see this. Quarbarian with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Summer Nerdstar. Welcome to the website. I know you haven't been here before. We have some emojis that are custom emojis for the website, and we also have emojis that are custom and only for subscribers. I said that word weird. But now you have a 1-month subscription to use, like, the dicks emoji, for example. Very exciting. There you go. Put the spin on the dicks. It's a helicopter dick. To impress a chick, do the helicopter dick. All right. To impress a chick, do the helicopter dick. Wow. Y'all remember that with Lady Gaga in it? And I thought that was okay, cause it was in a 3-way. It's quite clear when you see the instant replay. Baby 2 is enough, that's what they'll say. But we'll say hell no, 1, 2, 3-way. Anyway. Your Discord was the one I was most active in for the past few weeks, but lately I've not had the social energy to reply as much as I'd want to. Listen, I completely understand. I have to try really hard to get myself to respond to messages and stuff, so completely understand. So much dicks. Exactly, yes. So you're my best friend through thick and thin. Now it's time to make a triple connection. 99.9% of the time I lurk in Discord servers to get stream notifications, not much else TBH. Listen, that's fine. It's the, like, guaranteed way to get notifications, because now I've actually figured it out. I used to forget sometimes, but I hit notifications about an hour or a half an hour before stream, and then when we start streaming. Every time someone new joins the Discord and the heart emoji doesn't tick up, it gains an outlaw. True, yeah. Like, yeah, people will join just for the sake of getting notifications, and they don't want to read the rules, you know, not reading the rules page. The kitten wasn't suffering too much. She just had fleas and her eyes were a little crusty. We helped her out and she has a vet appointment on Tuesday. That's really good to hear, Ghost Knots. I think you did your good deed for like the week, I guess. The good deed for the week. I also feel like I'm bothering people if I reply to literally everything, even if I have something to say about everything. Hey, you know, listen, I understand that too. There's a lot of the times where I just have to choose not to... Sometimes I just have to choose not to respond to stuff. No, so listen, here's one thing that we will talk about. Listen, okay, first of all, am I serious right now about the need to pee half an hour into the beginning of stream? That's fucking absurd. Wow, I've been drinking too much coffee lately. I realized that I can drink decaf and, like, not feel like I'm having a heart attack. So now I just drink fuckloads of decaf and still have the diuretic effect of needing to piss all the time. But we're going to bitch about discourse on Twitter. Like, that is something that we're going to do toward the beginning of stream, because it's not a real segment. And the reason that I thought of it was because I had a couple replies to it that I was like, listen, I am so I just don't even know what to say to this shit. And like, I don't want to bitch about any one person in particular, even though it is like one person in particular whose comments I was like, this is fucking insane. But like, maybe I just need to not participate in Twitter discourse while my personal life is on fire. But I don't know. I like wake up in the morning and I'm fucking angry and I go on Twitter and I'm just like, I just say shit off the cuff. Like, I'm like bleary-eyed in bed, can barely read the screen, and I'm like firing off inflammatory tweets at 7 a.m. So I'm gonna piss and then I'll tell you about how I pissed off Twitter a bit. Some people agreed with me, but I did piss off Twitter. But I'll be right back. I'm seriously, I'm gonna try to make this as fast as possible. Angry and Twitter is a bad combination. True. Asuka, did you respond to that tweet? I don't know if you saw it. I know that Intentions Nasty responded to it, I believe. This has me ignoring my notifications like so hard. Oh, what's up, person? There's just a person called Person in the YouTube chat. That's very exciting. Good naming choice. Okay, what am I doing? Where am I going? I want to look at my tweets. I want to look at my inflammatory tweets. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Looking at my inflammatory tweets now. So, oh, hold on. Boop, boop. The actual tweet that I was responding to is this woman saying, probably going to get slated for this, but people are perfectly entitled to request no children at their weddings. I have some opinions about that. But it was fucking 7 a.m., so I didn't go into like a huge amount of detail. I posted, white women consistently feeling the need to prove that they are the worst demographic of humans. So I guess I will accept. I'm at this moment accepting commentary on the subject. I'm accepting commentary on the subject because okay, how do I say this? It's really interesting when you see someone reply to you with a new phrase that you've recognized as a buzz phrase, right? Like a buzz phrase such as like someone being like, you really think you can make this sexist and misogynist comment and it's okay just because you tacked the word white at the beginning? Like, here's the thing. I'm not criticizing women in general. So I just want to like, do you all feel like this is a sexist remark of me to make? That is a question that I have, because that was one of the accusations, was like, fascinatingly, an exact almost word for word phrase that I have already seen crop up on Twitter elsewhere, where they go like, you think you can make sexist remarks just because you tack white at the beginning of it. That doesn't mean that you're not being sexist against women, right? But what I'm criticizing is like specifically white women's entitlement here. I think that saying that you don't want any children at your wedding, like if you're inviting family to the wedding, right? If you have like brothers and sisters and you want your brothers and sisters to be at the wedding, but you're like, fuck them kids, leave them kids at home. Like, I think that is entitlement. I think that is like this Western idea that the couple is the most important thing in the day. Not just the couple, but the bride is the most important part of the whole day. Oh shit, hold on real quick. I want to update this really fast. Come on now. Take a little sippy while I'm fixing up stuff in the back end. I just want to get this addressed really quick. And I'm like letting you guys, like, if anybody like, because like I don't understand that accusation personally, and I find it kind of fucking annoying that like I can't criticize white women's entitlement. I think that the reason why it's like, oh, you're like by calling white women entitled for doing something that other people want to do, I think that people are taking that as like, oh, well, I also don't want kids at my wedding, so you're unnecessarily criticizing white women for something that is normal. I think is one of the big accusations. And I'll explain my reasoning for believing what I believe in a second. Sorry, the Streamlabs backend is kind of fucking stupid sometimes. Okay, so that should be... Hell yeah, we've crossed the halfway point for donos for this month. I really appreciate everybody helping me get my shit together. Need to get your shit together. Anyway, opening chat back up again. So, I kind of think if you're having a party for any reason, you're allowed to choose who you invite. So, like, I just think that, like, a wedding... I don't know. If you want to have a party, like, I just feel like a wedding is a different thing than a party. Because one of the other things was like, oh, would you object to a children's only Halloween party? I'm like, you're a fucking idiot if you really think that an event that is represented, like where you're inviting your family and it's a representation of a joining of hands, like I think that if it's an event where you otherwise are inviting family members and you're not inviting children, then I don't see how that's not just like fucked up discrimination. You know, it's like you do sound kind of sexist there. For anyone else that could totally look sexist. I mean, I think that the only reason you would view it as being sexist is if you didn't catch the part where I'm criticizing white women's entitlement. Like, I'm not criticizing Indian women's entitlement at their weddings, right? Hot take, weddings aren't the bride's big day. They're a big day for everyone involved and both families, in both families being joined. Like, are families invited or just friends? Like, I mean, that's a good question too. If you're just having like a soiree with friends, that's different. If you want your sister to come, but you want her to leave her kids at home, you're an asshole. Like, am I the only person who remembers being a fucking child? And like if my mom was like, I'm going to a wedding, like, I'm going to your aunt's wedding and you're not allowed to be there because you're a kid. Like, first of all, like, I was not a child who was disruptive. You're making assumptions about me being a shitty little piece of garbage human because of my fucking age when I was like a very chill child, you know? Like, the assumption and like the casting of an entire class of people, the least, like the most powerless class of people in the world as inherently disruptive. And I made this other comparison, and like, I guess feel free to let me know if I swung too far with this one, but like, I don't see how it's any different. Like, if you have like, if like Down syndrome runs in your family and you have like 2 or 3 people with Down syndrome in your family, or like other kind of autism that's like really like on the lesser functioning end, you know, like the kind of autism where you're like, this person is likely to make noise, you know, in the same way that you assume a child is going to make noise. Like maybe you have an autistic person in your family who does like vocalizations at inappropriate times, right? If you're to tell your parents like, oh, I want you to leave Jeremy at home for the wedding because he might make an outburst during the ceremony, like, yes, you can have whoever you want at your wedding. It's just like the fucking trans people dating scenario. Like, you don't have to date someone who's trans, but you do need to recognize that, like, you're ruling out an entire group of people based on assumptions about them. You're like, I mean, yeah, if I say no kids and you don't want to come, then that is up to you, and I would understand. I would totes have lots of pot at my wedding. I mean, listen, like, I get that part, right? I was invited to all family weddings as a kid, so I don't feel the same way, I think. I totally see why this made you upset. I think if you invited family, barring kids, as rude. If you're only with friends, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, like, that's a distinction that I'm willing to draw, right? If you're just getting married, like, if it is a literal party, sure. But, like, the understanding that I've had of weddings is like friends and family and children. Like children, I went to a wedding like last summer, and it was a person who had kids getting married to someone who's like stepping in as a step parent role, and both of her kids were there, and they were like playing and like running around, and I'm like, that's what a wedding should be. Like, a wedding is like, if you're hosting it outside, it's like a family event. There's like dogs there. It's a positive thing. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is like, I'm getting hung up on what a wedding should be like or whatever. But like, I still think that if you're just a person who just blanket, I'm going to assume, like, someone commented too, like, do you think that it should be discerning between kids? Like, yes, if your sister cannot keep control of her kids and you know that those kids specifically are going to be disruptive, tell your sister that she needs to figure something out or not come to your wedding, and let the behaved kids come to your wedding. Yeah, of course, it can mean lots of things to different people. And yeah, you can disinvite people for any reason, but just for being a child makes you an asshole. We don't have a word. I mean, I guess ageism. I guess ageism is the word that you would use for this, but there's not like an easy... Most of the time when you're referring to ageism, it refers to old people. So that is also not like a word that works very well. But like, if you're barring an entire class of people from your wedding because they're children, you know? No, you're fine. She who knows no name. There's no reason for you to not ping, really. At some point, the chat is going to get active enough, you know, in our community that I won't see your shit unless you tag me, so don't worry. I got barred from my brother's wedding, if I remember correctly, a long time ago. Don't remember much. Don't know how to feel about it. Like... Yeah, you can absolutely be ageist to kids. And like, I actually, the first time I ever went on stage and gave a talk, it was about ageism against young people, you know? It was about like not having any fucking rights and not being treated like a person. My sister isn't inviting kids, not because she assumes they'll be disruptive, but because she assumes they'll be bored and hate it. I mean, that's like not the same as like disinvite. I mean, I don't know. Like, the childcare is another aspect of this too. Like, I feel like if anybody responded to my autism thing, I didn't actually read it, because I'm really kind of pissed off about the response that I got to that on Twitter. I was like, I don't see how barring children on the assumption they're going to be disruptive is any different than barring your autistic family members from participating because you know that they'll make noise and disruptions too. The person was like, I can't believe you would make that comparison. You're like dropping all of the nuance. And I'm like, it's not more nuanced than that. You're barring someone because you assume that they're going to be disruptive based on what type of class of person they are. And like, I am autistic on like the higher functioning end or whatever. I'm talking about someone who like just makes noises, you know? Or like if you have a cousin with Tourette's and you're like, I don't want my cousin with Tourette's to come to the wedding because they're going to shout at inappropriate moments. Like, again, you can make the day all about you if you want, but you're being a fucking cunt. I would question how you would handle children in your family when pregnancy happens in the marriage. I mean, the thing is that I think a lot of these people are child free. Like, I think that a lot of these people have like an entire identity built around not wanting to have children. It's about bridezillas that you're upset about, and that is pretty exclusively a white woman thing. Thank you, NBJ. And it's not to say that the bridezilla thing cannot be weaponized in a sexist manner, but I think you made a jump to they disinvited them because of possible disruption that wasn't necessarily implied in the original tweet. I guess, I mean, like, someone saying, like, people are perfectly entitled to request no children at their weddings. Like, why? You know? There isn't, like, a necessary amount of, like, but why, though? That the, like, it is necessarily, if you're saying, like, I don't want kids at my wedding, I am entitled to request no children be at my wedding. You're literally just saying, I am entitled and it's okay that, like, I'm entitled to my entitlement. That tweet is fine. You aren't saying autism makes you a child or that you agree with the idea that they are disruptive, just that the stereotype is both autistic and underage people are disruptive. That's exactly all I was trying to say. Like, I get that there are a number of reasons. Like, the fact that someone responded to this tweet, like, people responded to this tweet with, like, oh, like, some people are just uncomfortable around kids. Like, give me one single demographic of people, of human fucking being, that it's allowed, that you're allowed to just say that, and it's like, that's fine. Like, I don't want your black boyfriend at my wedding because I got assaulted by a black man one time. Like, what the fuck? I would say no kids because I have PTSD when it comes to kids. That's me. I mean, like, I guess that's a legitimate issue. I guess, like, do you, like, I don't know how to respond to that because I want to be compassionate to the PTSD, but also, like, if you get assaulted by a black man and then from that point on, you're like, I refuse to speak to or be around black people because of my trauma, go to fucking therapy, you know? Like, you cannot develop a problem with an entire class of people because of your trauma. I have PTSD when it comes to men. Exactly. I remember going to a wedding as a kid, and during the ceremony and reception, they still made place for us kids without problem. Men terrify me, but, like, I shouldn't not invite them. Like, I get it, like, being around loud noises in general, like loud kids, screaming children triggers my PTSD because, like, I was an abused child, you know? Like, there is something about that sound that, like, really fucks you up, right? Fair enough. Yeah, Kansan Capybara should probably only exclude children if your ceremony is going to be inappropriate for children, like a nudist ceremony. Like, if you're really committed to having, like, a lot of alcohol at your wedding, well, I mean, that would be at the reception. So, like, the party after the wedding, I could see maybe, like, we're gonna have a weed bar. I don't want children there because of the secondhand contact smoke. Like, that's a different fucking situation. I'm really spicy about this one too. I feel like maybe unreasonably spicy about this, but, like, I don't like that so many queer people and so many left-leaning people are so anti-child. Like, it is so painful to me as someone who remembers being a child that no one took seriously. Like, there is like some kind of big complex that you develop. Like, for me specifically, being a child who with an abusive mother who was being gaslit about that, you know, not being believed because I was a child, you know, like so many things about disregarding the humanity of children, like, really fucking upsets me. Nudity isn't necessarily sexual. I mean, I get, yeah, that's fair enough. If you make it sexual, it is. I guess I wouldn't say that a nudist ceremony is 100% not okay with children, but I don't, like, that's tricky too. My mom was just like, my mom was just nude like after her showers, and she didn't talk to me about it, so I was really uncomfortable about it because to me it felt like something sexualized being imposed on me. But if she had had a conversation with me that said, like, you know, you should know that my body and your body are not inherently sexual, like, having a conversation about it or whatever, like, that conversation never happened. I don't think you should just expose children to nudity without context, because of the surrounding environment, you know, like, for example. But like, yeah, society in general hates kids. Like, I'm not saying that there's not a situation where children might not be invited to a party, right? But like a wedding, if you're inviting your family to the wedding and you're like explicitly like, you need to pay for childcare for your children. If you think the kids are going to be bored, provide an area for the children to do stuff during the wedding, right? That's not the same as like saying don't bring them, you know? In this time where like people can't like afford childcare or can't find safe childcare, like, oh, I'm gonna go to this wedding and I'm gonna send my 6-year-old to daycare so that they can go catch COVID for this one fucking event because my sister thinks that they're gonna be disruptive, even though my kid always sits there quietly, you know? Like, I think you are being a bit unreasonable about it, but so are people who bar children just because they might make noise. Am I being unreasonable, or am I just upset? Because this is something that I have struggled with a lot in my personal life, is like, I am really upset, but is it unreasonable for me to be upset about this? Like, as it fitting into broader issues of like the disenfranchisement of children and the general like disregarding of children's humanity. To me, a wedding is just a party. Yeah, like, I guess we just grew up with different frameworks. Like a reception, there's a party afterwards, right? But the wedding itself is like the ceremony, right? I feel we are making assumptions about what the OP meant about why they don't want kids there. I mean, yes. I heard them say, I am entitled to not invite kids to my wedding. And my brain went like, well, fucking why? You know? And like, to me, it's because it fits into this broader picture of like children consistently being treated like they're unwanted. Kids are people, not property. We have to stop treating them like property we can shuffle around at will. Yeah, if like, listen, if my aunt is getting married and she doesn't want children at her wedding, but my fucking grandma is going to be at the wedding, my mom is going to be at the wedding, my aunt is going to be at the wedding, obviously, like, stay home alone, aware of the fact that you did nothing wrong, but you're being excluded from like an event that your entire rest of your family is allowed to go to. There's not many other reasons you would single out the ceremony aspect other than disruptiveness. I mean, like Max said earlier that their sister is getting married and they're not like being inviting to children because the kids are going to get bored. Like I could seeing that children might be bored, but like, yeah, I don't think the solution is like leave your fucking kids at home or send them to daycare so that they can catch COVID and die or whatever. Like the situation is also different now than it used to be. Excuse me. I love children. I just don't know how to handle them. I decided not to have kids because of that reason. Every child deserves to have good parents, and I don't think I could do that. Yeah, it's kind of depressing. Like, I really think that I would be a good parent, but I just don't think it's ever going to happen at this point. Yeah, that's based on your family, though, not their family. What I'm saying is what it feels like as a child to be excluded from something. It's like I don't know, like obviously like a wedding isn't like a crazy fun event. And I wouldn't think like, oh, I'm going to go to this wedding and have a blast. But I would understand that like I was not being allowed to go to an event that other people are allowed to go to, and I didn't do anything wrong. You know, it's not like you're not inviting your sister. It's not like you're not inviting your sister because she's a bitch, you know? It's like you're not inviting a child who didn't do anything wrong. There might be a disconnect on what you think is the main event at a wedding. For you, it's clearly the ceremony. For others, it's the party. I mean, they're two different events. Like the reception is a party you have after a wedding, you know? Like I can understand the party part having some options, you know? Okay, listen, I understand having the option to not be at big family events when I was a kid. What we're discussing right now is a situation where you don't have any options, you know? I don't think it's good to either be forced to go to an event that you don't want to go to and you'll be bored at, or to like disinvite. Sorry, my brain just like fucked up a little bit. Like, or be like forced not to come to an event that like everyone else in your family is going to. You know what I mean? Being excluded for being you is always an awful feeling. That's all I'm trying to say here. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, excluding children for being children. Like, again, maybe this is just like a unique feeling of growing up being abused and like feeling in a number of different ways like you just inherently were wrong, you know? Like inherently your existence is somehow harming people. I feel like your tweet response was a bit too spicy, but I get why. A valid reason for the no kids policy is lacking. Nuvenol says, you'd have to have a conversation with any other person you excluded, but it's just blanket assumed that children don't even get to say anything as individuals. Yeah, like you don't, it's not like, you know, it's not like your aunt in that situation says, like, I am not having you come to the wedding because some reason, you know? It's like, you're telling the parent, don't bring your fucking kids. I don't know, dude. We don't know that from the OP, though. They just said no kids. Oh, so other cultures don't have separate events, like the wedding and the reception aren't two separate events. A lot of the time in America, like you have the wedding at like a church and then you fucking drive 20 minutes to a different place to have the reception. So that might be like a cultural thing on me. I was not invited to my second cousin's wedding as a young adult, and I was fucking furious. Surely her son and her sister's son were going, who were both my age. So why couldn't I? Yeah. I don't know, dude. I'm suspicious. If a person is like, I don't like kids, or like, I'm uncomfortable around kids, I'm like, why? Why is it okay? Is another question that I have. Like, that's the main thing. Why is it okay? Why are leftists out here saying, like, it's okay to just not like kids? Like, it's okay to just decide that children are, like, too much of a pain to be around. I will be going to a Quaker wedding soon. That sounds exciting. I love Quaker weddings. I mean, it doesn't sound like exciting, but I've heard of how the process works, because Jessica Kelgren-Fozard is a lesbian who I follow, and she's a Quaker, and she made a video about her getting married Quaker style. Come on, camera. Come on, girl. Yeah, Quaker weddings seem very interesting. It seems like a weird kind of ageism, TBH. Yeah, like I really do think children are like one of the only groups of people that it's socially acceptable to just be fucking garbage to for no reason. What's up, Paul Hack? I am complaining loudly. Yeah, camera's being ridiculous. Yeah, Demoni, are lefties saying that? I guess I kind of assumed that anyone who's responding to my tweets on Twitter is probably more like a leftist. I don't know that I have very many, like, liberals in my Twitter situation, you know? Jessica is adorable. I love Jessica Kelgren-Fozard. She's awesome. What's up, Tabaxi Bay? You know? I like her vintage style. Even leftists see tiny humans as annoying boxes of noise. I truly think that the view toward children, the way that I phrased it on Twitter this morning was like, it's like fishhook theory. It's not quite like that, but like fishhook theory, I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. Let me find a picture. So the fishhook theory, wow, if I could get like a big picture of this, that would be great. Thank you. Open link in new tab. Or how about just open image in new tab? That would work. Wow, are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so fishhook theory. This is political theory, and I might not be exactly using it correctly, but basically, like, fishhook theory as it is politically is like, you know, the far left exists over here, and then the center is here, and the far right ends up closer to the center. I don't fucking know. But anyway, but what I'm trying to say is, like, funnily enough, it's kind of like guns. It's kind of like how, like, on the far right, they're, like, really pro-gun, right? And then as you get to, like, a liberal area, they're, like, more gun control. And the further left you go, you end up circling back around to being pro-gun, you know, because it's like Malcolm X style, like, defending your community shit comes up, right? Like, it just seems to me like the way that we treat and view children is almost similar to that. I mean, truly, like, the Republicans and the conservatives, like, their view toward children is still very contemptuous, but it's at least, like, they want them involved. Like, they want them in general. Like, they want white children, right? You know, that's the whole fucking 14 words or whatever the shit it is. Like, we need to secure a future for our children and a homeland for our people, or whatever the fuck that is. Like, it's Thank you. Yes, I enjoy the horns. Thank you. I 3D printed them. Yeah, it's and then there's a lot of queer liberals who are like really fucking toxically anti-child. And then the further left you go, the more you realize that children are going to be integral to any revolutionary process. Like, children have an imagination. Children can see the truth of things. Like, they're valuable comrades, and we treat them like they're fucking property. EB, I really think that you, if you can find someone who does EMDR or prolonged exposure, you might check into that, because it's such a more targeted program, and it doesn't, you know, it's not like, oh, we're just gonna talk, and I'm gonna give you some advice. Like, it's actually like work, and you only have to do it for like 2 or 3 months, and then it works. Like, having my PTSD cured has really changed the way that I interact with myself and with the world. You know, there's been situations where I'm like, I know that if this was the me from 2 years ago, I would be so triggered and like so suicidal, and I'm just not. It seems like having issues with men is fairly common, where it's like, I have PTSD from men, but I still have to like be around them, you know. Liberals suck anyway, and I live with at least one of them. Oh my god, excuse me, I burpee. Yes, Paul Hack, I made this blouse. It's so cool looking. I took a beach blouse pattern and made it satanic, so that's always fun. Depends on who you are and what religion you follow on how you feel about kids. I find that interesting. I guess that religion does impact how you view children somewhat, but like, should it? Should I if someone has like a religious reason for thinking that children are property, do I respect their thinking that children are property because they have religious reasons? Not really. I don't know. Children are more common than men too. True. Children are just other people. It really is simple as that. IDKY people can't understand that. It's also interesting how positively a lot of children respond to being treated with dignity, probably because they're so used to being talked down to and belittled. Like, I just talk to children like they're people who don't know stuff, and it means that I have a good relationship with like every child that I have in my life, you know? Like, I have a nephew who's in middle school, and I have a good enough relationship with him, and like a respectful enough relationship with him, that like, you all keep hearing about Andrew Tate and like all these freshmen and like 8th grade kids talking about Andrew Tate and like telling their teachers that they belong in the kitchen and stuff. I don't know if any of you have seen any of that shit on Twitter, but I've seen it, and I like, my nephew is right around that age, and I have the kind of relationship where I could probably hit him up on Discord and be like, hey, if any of your friends start talking about this guy called Andrew Tate, you need to tell them that he's a fucking idiot and a scumbag, and if they keep listening to him, they're gonna grow up and be idiots and scumbags. And I'm like, that's what I would tell my nephew, because I don't think that he's gonna be the kind of person who falls for Andrew Tate shit, and like, I want him to know that this is a risk and to be equipped to tell his friends that they're being fucking idiots, you know? I don't talk to kids, I just run away. Just nope. Yeah, I mean, I just, like, I get it, like, if you have trauma, whatever, but like, this is the only time when it's seemingly like if you had trauma from a black man attacking you, and then later you were like freaked out by black people in public, no one around you would coddle you and say, oh, don't worry, you don't have to interact with black people, you know? Like, there's just no other situation where this is acceptable. Like, it's not acceptable to talk about any other group of people this way. You're treated like an animal, then expected to be a person. Not traumatizing at all. Not traumatizing at all. I saw a story about some 10-year-old parroting Tate. It was honestly awful to read. Yeah, I've like heard a couple of teachers talking about this. I do think that there is some, like, definitely some aspect of, like, if you think that women are property, you probably also think that kids are property. Like, you know, religion does have an influence here. I think that there are plenty... Okay, here's the thing, though. In America, in this wonderful country that I live in, religious ideology has so pervaded our culture that, like, transphobia and transphobia and misogyny are incredibly common in the atheist movement, the American atheist movement. I was there when the atheist community had a major schism, a major split, completely broke off into two separate parts because one group was just repeating a lot of the fucked up Christian shit that they had heard about trans people and women and probably black people and shit like that too. Like, Christian ideology being given breath by secular arguments. And then you have fucking Ben Shapiro, you know, 10 years later. And the other half of the movement was like the SJWs. That's where the term SJW came from. To be completely clear. It was that schism in atheism that created the SJW term. Like, I would be dead fucking surprised if it wasn't literally the schism in the atheist community where all of these shithead atheists who liked fucking TJ Kirk and Sargon of Akkad and Thunderfoot on YouTube. That's where the term SJW came from, okay? So, like, atheists are perfectly capable of having dumbass views about women, about children, about trans people, about black people, like in America specifically. This might not be a problem in Europe, in European countries where you people are normal and like atheism is like normal over there, right? I don't think that people have the same baggage, but I think in American society, we are so indoctrinated and brainwashed by Christian bullshit. I'm trying to be more specific, by the way. Like, I'm not gonna say that Jews are the problem with this situation or anything. Like, I'm trying to be more specific about it's Christianity having seeped into all of American culture so that even atheists in America end up reproducing the same bullshit. Who? Exactly, EB the Purple. Yeah. Thunderfoot is such a callback, you guys. If you haven't been balls deep in this rhetoric for fucking 12 years at this point, like, oh, okay, no worries. Yeah, no worries, Wreckage. It's all good. I just know that, like, right now on Twitter, people are really pissed off at, like, Vosh for his remarks about religion, so I'm trying to be more specific. If I have criticisms, I'm going to bitch about Christianity and try not to swing. I'm not going to use the term Judeo-Christian values because a lot of the values that Christians have are like directly in opposition to the values that Jews have, you know. Good reason for separation of church and state. I mean, no, it is a separation of church and state issue, yeah. But it is also just a cultural issue. TJ has cleaned up his act, thankfully. Be good now. I would like to believe that... I don't actually know, though. I feel like I need to touch base with Milo Stewart and be like, bro, did... not bro, because I wouldn't call Milo bro, but being like, yo, did TJ Kirk ever apologize to you because he's just being kind of like uncritically accepted into the left, even though he has made some extremely racist and transphobic content? Proselytize is a fun word. Yeah. All I know about Thunderfoot is that he's extremely horny for Anita Sarkeesian. Oh my God, he would be so mad to hear you say that, because he did make so much content about her. He made so much hate content about Anita Sarkeesian. Oh my God. I do think that some like Orthodox Jewish stuff obviously can be toxic, like the practice of when they do a circumcision and part of the ceremony is trigger warning for the rabbi to suck the blood off of the tip of the penis. Like some babies have died from herpes that way. So yes, Orthodox Jewry also has its issues, but they're not holding the power really. I'm not bitching about the Jewish influence on American culture, because what influence are you talking about, you know? Anyone with that much attention on someone secretly wants them. I mean, I think that's fair. I don't know who... Oh, The Amazing Atheist also recently tweeted about how overpopulation is an issue and humans need to stop breeding. So cringe neo-Malthusian eco-fascist takes. And this was only a month or two ago, and nobody cared much. What the fuck? Yeah, be good now. Like, it was like 10 years ago, and like, again, maybe this has been resolved, but you know, Milo Stewart was a 17-year-old trans person making content about how everyone has racial biases and stuff that they need to examine, and TJ Kirk took a photo of Milo's head and stuck it on top of a bikini wearing model's body, and then did racial caricatures for like 3 straight minutes about how like, oh, these guys from Africa would be like, she's a witch, she eats a da poo poo. And then like the fucking picture that he used for the group of black men from Africa was actually from a website about counteracting stereotypes about Africans. You can't make this shit up. Okay, anyway, I'm in a fucked up mood today. I just, God. Thunderfoot's obsession with Anita Sarkeesian walked so the Quartering's obsession with Allison Brie could run. True. Oh my God, true. DM recently had a stream with TJ, so maybe she pushed back against that, but I'm not holding my breath. Listen, I love Demon Mama, right? I think she's amazing. I like her a lot. I like being at her streams. There are some times when I feel that these people who are like newer to the scene, like, I don't know how exactly to put this. I think that Vosh and Demon Mama are so new to the scene that I think they make mistakes. I think they don't know. I think they don't know about the fucked up behavior of some of these people, because it happened 10 years ago, right? Like Milo is about the same age as me, or maybe a little bit younger, but they were like 17 when this content was being made about them. I was probably like 19 or 20, so like a couple years older than them. Like this happened forever ago. So you people are like bringing in TJ Kirk to have these like chill leftist conversations, and fucking Chris Raygun, who I mean, Chris Raygun has done like a lot less directly offensive, obnoxious shit than TJ Kirk, but I for some reason I fucking hate Chris Raygun more. But like, y'all cannot be having these quote unquote reformed anti-SJWs come in. You do not know what was going on. Like, you all were not here when like my existence as a non-binary person was politicized and stigmatized by these fucking people, you know? Like, those people made it to where I didn't have any community for years. The horns are powerful. The horns are getting to me. True. The British relationship to Christianity is strange. Everyone is atheist, but primary schools still do churchy stuff. Oh, that's interesting. Christianity is very embedded, but there's large cynicism. Even Christians get looked at sideways when they're too open. That's interesting. Yeah, the relationship is different in every place, of course, you know. What's the topic? Oh, questioner. I was complaining about people who earlier we were complaining about people who don't want children at their wedding and how I think that that's entitled. Like, and it's like shitty and ageist, and like I think that children are the only group that you can exclude on the basis of them just being a part of a demographic, and it's not like socially unacceptable. I'm assuming those folks have not changed over 10 years then. I don't know who you're talking about, honestly. I don't know is the question. Like, the fact is that they keep getting invited onto these shows, and I don't think anyone is holding them to task. Like, I don't know if TJ Kirk has changed in the last 10 years. I know that he doesn't say as much blatantly transphobic shit anymore, but it's like, did you realize that what you were saying was fucked up and then apologized for the racist comments and the transphobia? Or did you just quietly start making content about other stuff and, oh, old players like me get tired of this shit and get offline and go do something else, and then newer people come in and like, oh, you can just like grift to these newer people who don't know that you're fucking garbage? United Methodist Church trying not to be homophobic. If they're trying, you know. All Is Lost said, I was growing up and discovering my trans identity during the SJW cringe compilation era of the internet, and it was fucking hard. I can't find sympathy for anyone who made that kind of content then. It's kind of like the Calvin Guerra issue. It's like Calvin Guerra has harmed people in some really serious ways and doesn't apologize in a meaningful way and doesn't take meaningful accountability. And then when RGR comes in and tries to just say, well, he's rehabilitated now, it's like, well, no, fuck you, actually. Like, you don't get to decide that. He didn't apologize, you know? The anti-SJW, yeah. I still know anti-SJWs. They suck so bad. I think Xander Hall has been calling it for like almost a year now that we're about to see a resurgence of the anti-SJW shit, you know? It's the perfect environment for it, because like trans people being the political enemy is, you know, it's the issue du jour. It's what we're talking about now. So it's so easy. I feel like I was into atheist content before the anti-SJW area, and then right around when things turned worse, I just didn't really use YouTube for years almost. I got so lucky. That is so lucky. God, you got to see, like, you know, Matt Dillahunty debating Saiten Brugencade, and oh my God, the fucking deep cut that I just pulled out of my brain, that hurt me. Oh my God, that hurt me. But before Thunderfoot, come on, camera. Come on, girl. Come on, please. Come on. Stop being ridiculous. Are you being ridiculous? Stop it. Okay. I almost hit my dance partner once because he made a fucking attack helicopter type joke, and I was just starting to come out as trans. Yeah, I would be really upset by that, probably. What would be considered enough to rehabilitate and forgive those people? Yeah, like, so first of all, I think that it would be, I think that it would be important for them to apologize to the person directly in the case of, like, targeted harassment of a fucking minor. Like, just being totally clear, Milo Stewart was 17 years old when all of this hate content was being made about them. I'm trying to fix my shirt here. It's starting to come a little bit loose. So I think that an apology is a starting point, right? And then, like, demonstrated changed behavior is another part of it as well, of course. You know, if this person used to make anti-SJW content? Do they now make pro-SJW content? Have they made any donations? Like, if Milo Stewart had crowdfunded for their top surgery, would TJ Kirk have donated to it? Would he have shouted it out on Twitter? That's material apology. Material apology. And like, I know Hunter Avallone is a person who I only know tangentially of. I understand that he used to be a right-winger and now he's a lefty-ish and has like lost a lot of audience making that public change. And I guess he would make content directly oh my god, my brain just fucking aborted all of the information that it had in it right there. What am I trying to say? We're talking about apologies. You all just have a lot to say about this, and I'm like, I'm reading all of it and getting distracted. So whatever I was saying, we'll get back to it eventually someday. Oh yeah, if you make content directly counteracting it, like if TJ Kirk made a reaction video to his video where he said that like she eats a de poo poo, which is a literal direct fucking quote. I'm not joking. If he would do a reaction to that and be like, wow, this was fucked up, and also the original content being taken down, he lost me around the Keffels thing for sure. No doubt. Like, that's what I mean, Timerinia, about Hunter Avallone being like, he streamed Keffels docs and now fucking loathes her and is talking shit on her even though she's just been swatted. Like, that's kind of what I'm talking about of like, you know, even when you leave the church as an American atheist, you still harbor a lot of bullshit beliefs. So I think that even someone like Hunter Avallone, who's like, I'm a reformed ex-right-winger, he's still gonna be pulling the same bullshit, right? Is Milo the person Calvin Guerra harassed? I don't know if Calvin ever made content about Milo Stewart. The person that you're probably thinking of, Demonia, is Brennan Beckwith. Brennan is subject to less general anti-SJW scrutiny. Like, Milo had videos from many different accounts, right? Making content about Milo, but Brennan was kind of just Calvin Guerra's lol cow. My ice cold take is that anti-theism is genocidal. Its end goal / result is the erasure of ethno-religions, which are entwined with ethnicity and culture so deeply they would be erased over time. If that's not genocide, then neither is cultural assimilation. That's a really interesting idea, a really interesting point. And like, I do think that we should respect tradition while also like not letting that dictate what we believe to be the truth in our society. You know what I mean? Like, I think that Native American beliefs are really important and they should be respected. Like, I am not going to say I have a spirit animal, and I'm not going to hang a dream catcher in my house, and like, I'm not going to burn sage in my house, because like, even if I were to find ritualistic importance in those activities, they also don't belong to me. You know, that is a culture that was like genocided, right? I want to challenge the like, I find it difficult to challenge the dominance of Christianity without this also, like, it's like, yeah, when I'm criticizing religion, I'm criticizing religions with power. I'm not criticizing religions without power. It's like when I'm criticizing men, and it's like, I'm criticizing men with power, or I'm criticizing the men who do this thing. If you think that I'm talking about your shitty little tiny religion when I'm complaining about religious power in society, you need to work on your listening skills. No, you're fine, Demonia. No worries at all. No worries at all. Brennan and Milo are both people that I consider at least acquaintances, if not friends. I support both of them, and I like both of them. I'm fine to be prejudiced towards religion. I have not been shown any benefit just believing in magic to me. Religion equals magic believing. Listen, and I don't think that people choose. Like, I really don't think, if you believe in magic, I don't think that you have a lot of control over that. Like, you've been convinced of something that's not real, but I can't change that you've been convinced of it. Just like you can't change that I am not convinced by it, you know? Saying anti-theism is the same as cultural genocide is just flattening the conversation on both topics in a really unhelpful way. I do think that people who criticize religion could be more specific about what we're criticizing, okay? But I do still think that if you're a Native American who genuinely believes that America or the Earth is Turtle Island, like in the literal sense, then like I don't understand what respect I'm supposed to afford to counterfactual beliefs. You know what I mean? I don't think superstition is necessarily something that can be controlled, and in that way, I think the end goal of some anti-theists would be essentially genocidal. Yeah. Is there a way for us to preserve the cultural significance of religious practices and beliefs without indulging in fantastical thinking, you know? Like, would America be in the situation that it is in right now if we didn't have a bunch of people in power who believe in the literal fucking rapture? Do you know what I'm trying to say? However, religion has caused innumerable and unspeakable harm to others in the form of Christian proselytizing. The fucking Crusades. Like, I just feel like your entire religion loses all credibility when you do the Crusades. Like, I'm so sorry. I don't think that people really have any control over whether they're convinced. But, you know, I feel like there is some amount of personal responsibility in trying to engage critical thinking about what's real in the world. It's a tricky conversation to have. And here's a big thing. I think that this conversation is a minefield, specifically because I think that Christians are incapable of receiving criticism about their beliefs without it intrinsically being an attack on their personhood. So if I say there should be no Christianity, and someone hears that and says they want me to be murdered as a Christian, I'm like, your persecution complex has swallowed all of your critical thinking skills, you know, like. Like the idea that, and I think that this is one of the things that makes Christians so fucking reactionary. I think Christians are more genocidal in their ambitions toward other religious and superstitious people than anti-theists are. Yeah, like if anti-theists had the fucking military power that the Catholic Church could once drum up, do you think that we would be going out there and like killing people for burning a Yule log and like setting up a fucking Christmas tree or whatever? Christians are horny for persecution, TBH. I know. They're so horny for it. I'm the only one who gets to be horny. I need to be able to figure out something where I can move my head and my horns don't flop around. I don't think the ones in power believe much of anything. True, Mersh. I actually just recently, like, came to this belief system. I don't think that people in power who use religion as an excuse for what they're doing actually believe in anything. I think that they're deeply fucking nihilistic and cynical and jaded. And I think that they're using people's earnest beliefs to change this country. Well, the rapture is coming. It's called climate change. True. The thing is that no one, like, no one's going to be spared unless you have the money to afford it, right? I cannot respect a religion that did crusades. Oh my god, I know. Be Good Now says, I'm a Vashite, but he needs to contemplate on his convo with Ocean Keltoy and rethink some of his rhetoric. Was there a new conversation, Be Good Now, with Ocean Keltoy? Because this has come up before in chat, and I kept the tab open for fucking weeks, and then I ended up closing the tab because I was like, I'm probably not going to actually watch this video. I think it might have been a video that Ocean Keltoy put out about a conversation with Vosh, where Vosh was really anti-theist. Excuse me. The unfortunate thing is Christians unironically believe that that climate change is a sign of the rapture. And that's why lots of them oppose doing anything about it. They like want to make the world worse. They like want to try to make the rapture happen. I don't know if anti-theists wouldn't take that power and do a quick genocide. Power does things to people, and there is evidence that people will do genocide once given or taking power, whether they said they wouldn't before or not. I mean, yeah, it's an interesting point. Like, people will often say, isn't this something that people accuse, like the USSR, they're like, oh, whoever was it? Like, was it fucking Stalin did a genocide, and it's because they were atheist and communist. So this is like something, it's not just that we as leftists get this accusation against us that our political ideology is going to result in mass death, but it's also the idea that it's atheistic communism, right? I can never make up my mind about whether the people in power believe what they're paddling or not. Like, I would buy that Marjorie Taylor Greene believes what she says, but Trump did not believe a thing. Yeah, I haven't read up on Vosh's opinion about this. They had a recent debate. Okay, so him and Ocean had a very recent debate. Was it just this past week? Is that why everybody's talking about this right now? I saw White Nervosa was pissed off on Twitter today. White Nervosa is the person who built this website, by the way. The USSR, who also did an anti-Semitic genocide in the name of atheism. Okay, so atheism was some of their, like, explicitly stated reasoning. I have not done any research on the fucking USSR, okay? There is a difference between anti-theism and state-enforced atheism. As an anti-theist myself, definitely believe that religion as an institution should not be as powerful as it is now. That doesn't necessarily mean that I want my beliefs to be mandatory. Agreed. You know what, Wreckage? I actually helped put on a production of Fiddler on the Roof. In high school. I dislike Vosh for no reason. I feel like he's done something, but I've never looked into it. I would say, you know, you should just maintain that level of distance from the situation. I like him, but, you know. White Nervosa is like Vosh's tech person. No, what on earth did he say? I don't know. He said something anti-theist, and White Nervosa, I think, is Christian. So she was pissed. Lux ain't no tanky, doesn't know shit about USSR. True. True. Anti-theism, vague, potentially sus. Secularism, based. True. Hard to believe anything about the USSR with all the propaganda. I know. Like, I am American, and all of everything that anybody says about Russia or the USSR is all propaganda. The whole fucking Red Scare. Yo, based, the movie made me cry. It will always make me cry. I think we watched the movie in preparation for the play, but it's different. If you're a techie and you're behind the scenes, like, your experience with a play is very different than someone who's experiencing as a narrative. Mostly I remember, like, there was one part of the play where it's like everybody was supposed to put their arms up like this, but one of the guys in our theater group was so yoked that he couldn't straighten his arms all the way. And so everyone else, in order for him to not stick out, my theater director made everyone else put their arms slightly down and not all the way up. Like, he made them bend their elbows. We painted the stage sand colored. I'm only anti-theist insofar as I think the Star Trek attitude toward religion is based, which some people would read from me as being very unbased, but whatever. I guess I'm not really familiar with specifically... I know that they don't really talk about religion a lot there, but I don't remember what they go into detail. I haven't watched TNG in a long time. I'm not against superstition in general. I'm against superstition when it has potential to cause harm or impede progress. As an atheist, I don't really think about religion until it causes an inconvenience for myself or others. Oh my god, true! Which happens most often when Christians are doing some fucked up shit to our country. I just dead ass forget that people are Christian. And then I go out in public and I see someone wearing a cross necklace and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, fuck, that is the world we live in, isn't it? Like, I just dead ass don't think about religion for like weeks at a time. Fiddler on the Roof, the movie, is a bit more than 3 hours long. It's almost a 1-to-1 to the stage play. Depending on the cross, they might just be goth, though. I mean, true. I feel like I have a discerning taste for the difference between a goth, even a covert goth, versus, like, you know, a wine mom, like a soccer mom. Damn, it's been a nice, spicy day today. I've been just fucking ranting for, like, almost 2 hours. Oh, boy. Yes. Have we got, like, donos that I've just not noticed, by the way? I hope not. But I don't think about it because religion isn't something you can see until it's brought up. I mean, I drive past a church and I think about, like, oh, it sucks that the church is tax exempt. Have you ever thought about, like, how many churches, like, you pay property tax on the land, you pay property tax on the building, but churches are just exempt. How many square miles of land in your town are just completely tax exempt, you know? And they also don't have to prove that they do any benefit to the community. American Atheists sued the IRS at one point over this because American Atheists, the organization, has to spend like dozens of hours a year curating and like configuring all of their paperwork so that they can do their taxes and prove that they have earned the right to be a 501c3. You know? It's the horns that give you strength. Yes, it's okay to say that you're digging the horns. When are we talking about Magic the Gathering? Apparently I'll fucking get to it when I get to it. I don't even remember what it is. Oh, she's trying to do anti-trans legislation at the federal level, you know? What's up, Athena? Getting ready to move again. Madison to San Bernardino. Me and my online trans girlfriend are finally getting together IRL. Nice, nice. Now I'm sad I didn't start watching earlier. Well, Chaotic NB, I only mentioned goths really briefly because actually what we're talking about is Christians. And I was saying, like, I forget that religious people exist until I go out in public and I see someone with a cross necklace on, and then Silent said, well, they might be a goth, like it depends on what kind of cross they're wearing. And I was like, yeah, you're right. You make a good point. I think I can tell when it's more of a soccer mom. Me and my girlfriend are going to Canada if that shit ever passes. Technically, I think a lot of us are old enough that it wouldn't affect us because it's actually against teenagers getting healthcare, you know, not trans people in general. I'm a pagan, but when it comes to science, politics, and social issues, I'm secular. My paganism is secular. I'm a secular pagan. Like, you can be religious and not be a fucking idiot. Is it okay to say I'm digging the horns, but in a smuggy way? I mean, I can't stop you. It is weird how much, like, it's kind of like my rings and how I wear my rings in my face every day and how it's, like, kind of just part of my body. These kind of feel like that, except I cannot wear them all day because I tried to wear them all day yesterday and they gave me a headache. I need to get some situation figured out where it's not squeezing my head. Smuggy then, true. I'm still not going to live in a country that kills a generation of trans kids. This is genocide. No, listen, I don't disagree with you at all. Do not disagree with you at all. I don't want to live in this country either, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't have any idea what my situation is going to be like 6 months from now. I don't have a religion, but secular pagans are very cool. I just wanted to, like, focus my attention on something. I tried to practice paganism, but it didn't stick. I mean, technically speaking, I don't really, like, actively practice at this point. I'm too fucking depressed to, like, generate holidays for myself, which is what I am doing effectively, is, like, just doing holidays by myself. I don't really want to live here either, but I have a nice setup for work, so it's hard to see how I'd make it work if I moved. Fair enough. The horns genuinely do look amazing on you. Thank you. I tried, like, all four of the different, I tried all of the different configurations, and I think that this is the best configuration. I'm just trying to, like, I'm trying to get my I guess it's proprioception figured out. I'm slouching so that you can see all of the horns, because what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to make sure I cannot see myself in the viewfinder. I want to be... Oh, nope, that wasn't quite it. I want to be able to just reach up and touch the tips of my horns and know where they are. It's tough. Part of me wants to stay here and protect trans kids, and the other part wants to get the fuck out ASAP so I don't die or lose access to my HRT. I.e. die. Yeah, exactly. Like, I know a lot of us feel the same way. Like, I would rather kill myself than detransition type thing. I'm personally off of hormones right now, and I just don't need to be on hormones right now. If I were... Like, if I were made to socially detransition, I would fucking lose it, though. Like, I can handle being where I'm at with my life because I don't have a social issue. I got in a yelling match with a trans friend over trans children and HRT. That's so fucking frustrating. Buck Angel literally just today. What fucking Buck Angel? Piece of fucking shit garbage. Hold on. I am so pissy today. God. What did this moron say today? Yeah. 17 hours ago, excuse me. There is no such thing as going through the wrong puberty. When you disrupt puberty because you think you know more than nature, you are being transphobic. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god, she thinks children can't tell if they're trans or not until 25. Oh my god. Please, how old is this friend, Athena? How old was she when she knew that she was trans? Same, I don't think I would get suicidal, but I would just refuse to interact with people. Like, I can even, like, I can be, like, fine being perceived as, like, a tomboyish female, I guess, at this point in my life, because I don't talk to anyone outside my house. It doesn't matter. But yeah, like, this, like, trans people being like, no, you should force kids to go through puberty and then make them pay tens of thousands of dollars to get the stuff fixed later. Like, I'm sure Buck Angel was so fucking overjoyed when he had to get his tits cut off. God forbid you could just not grow tits in the first place. Do these trans people not care about trans children getting killed? Right, like, your long-term employment prospects. Oh my god, Baphomet, exactly, true. I'm that one pick right now. Yeah, no, exactly. It's that, like, the buttons, and you're, like, sweating. Like, which button am I gonna press? And both of them are a fucking ableist slur. Horny stream has a new meaning. True. The angry typing, yes. Oh my god. That's so frustrating. Delightfully devilish outfit. Yes, thank you. I didn't realize how much I needed HRT until I actually got on testosterone. I knew I wanted it, but I don't think I could ever live without being on T now. It's changed my life for the better. I'm so glad to hear that. Blair White knew she was trans as a kid. That's so fucked up. She holds that view. I know. Blair White's like, you don't know that you're trans until you're 25. But I knew I was trans when I was 5 years old. If they had blockers, they could keep their precious nipples. Oh my god, true, Nuvenal. I've only been on T for 2 months, but it's drastically changed my mental health for the better. It's been great. Honestly, that's one of the first things, like, you kind of know whether it's going to be good for you early on, because it changes your brain first. I threw my nipples away enthusiastically. I love when people make informed decisions. I want to get horns like that too. Yeah, I 3D printed these. Someone else designed them, but I 3D printed them. It was a free model, and I think that it's just the license is just for personal use. Although if you wanted to buy me a roll of black filament, I would not be able to deny you the horns, you know? I feel like people like Buck Angel are like those bitter old gays who feel that everyone who didn't go through hell and back to be valid isn't valid. I know. He's such a pick me. Oh my god, excuse me. Ah. Okay, that was just a weird situation of burping happening. Yeah, exactly, Athena. Bottom dysphoria is not the only type of dysphoria, and non-binary people can experience dysphoria too. Trans meds are hypocrites. I don't know. It's weird because they'll tell me that I'm valid because I transitioned. Oh, I mean, I'm not on T anymore, so maybe I'm no longer valid. But they'll be like, oh, you medically transitioned. That means that you're really trans. Like, you obviously are more serious about this. Hydrate yourself. I know. You can hear it in my voice, can't you? I know. What is the point of trying to... Like, if you... Listen. Buck Angel has merchandise, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't Buck Angel have merchandise that says, like, tranny on it? Like, the time is now for Buck Angel to be able to actually make money off of this community, and he's just fucking swinging the hard wrong direction. Like, look at, like, people like me who are, like... non-binary, let people do what they want, use its pronouns. Like, I would wear a shirt or a hat that said tranny on it at this point in my life, but he is alienating all of the cool and based trans people. The kind of people who are buying the tranny merch from him are people who, like, are cis and just want to be able to say the word tranny. Do you know what I mean? Like... I'm an NB who identifies most closely as a femboy. All of my dysphoria comes from the fact that I don't have a pussy. So it's not a social thing. It's almost purely sex-based dysphoria. Yeah, that shit is so interesting. I mean, like, it's kind of the same for me. Like, I have dysphoria around not having a dick, I guess. And I don't really have a lot of other dysphoria at this point in my life. Like, I'm just kind of over it. Based tranny, true. Also a femboy, but I have a pussy to spare when I switch. I always think it's so sad when people are like, I want to trade, because I'm like, no, I will take your penis and then I will not give you the puss because that's for me too. That's also for me. Both. I must have both someday. Maybe someday. I don't know. Again, I have literally no idea what my living situation is going to be like in 6 months. So maybe I'm not going to be able to save up enough money to get a dick installed, like, before I fucking die. Who knows? MTG tourneys are going to be fucked up by this thing. I know. I bet they've been messing up their SEO for, like... I bet that Marjorie Taylor Greene, has been messing up the SEO for Magic the Gathering for, like... years now. However long she's been in office. Having both would be neat. Swapping them out at will would be good. Waiting till I move to Europe to get fallow now. Listen... Personally, I would not make that choice. Like, even if I move to another country, I'm probably still going to come back here to get my surgery, assuming that the fucking clinics are still open. Because the surgeons that I want to go to the surgeons who are really good at the specific thing that I want done. And I'm not going to accept, like, a shitty substitute in some European country with socialized medicine. Like, not doing it. Sorry. Just my personal preference. MTG makes Trump look reasonable. I know. Having both was my dream when I was a kid. Literally, Indigo, I knew that I wanted a penis before I knew that I was trans. I don't know that it's better surgeons, Chaotic NB. I just know that it's more specialized surgeons, you know? Like, if you only have one, if it's like the situation in the UK, they only had one person who was doing phalloplasty in the entire country, which means that it's not specialized care, you know? It's the one doctor does it the same for every person who comes through. Whereas in the United States, like, oh, this team is reportedly very, very, very good at the nerve hookup microsurgery. This team has a higher complication rate for urethra lengthening, you know? This team has better bedside manner, and they'll be more attentive if you have complications afterward. Do packers help? Not really. So first of all, I don't think that any packer, I don't think that any affordable packers that I've seen have adequately listed their materials. So like I've had packers that like you wear them and like at the end of the day, there's like an oil spot on the outside of your underwear. And you're like, this piece of plastic has been like seeping oil onto my skin all day, like onto my genitals basically all day. And so I don't wear a packer anymore. I might have like a I might crochet something that I could wash and that would not seep potential fucking carcinogens onto me. But like, yeah, I just, you know, when you go to buy a Mr. Limpy, it says on the FTM Essentials website or the Adam and Eve website, whichever you buy it from, it says like the manufacturer has not provided us with an accurate or like with a full list of chemicals, but they assure us that there are no phthalates in there. And I'm like, nope, fuck you. Nope. So I don't pack. But also packing doesn't really actually help me with my dysphoria. Like I don't want testicles. So every single packer that you get has testicles on it. That's not like an accurate way for me to know, you know, what I'm gonna want in my pants. I've thought about crocheting just the penis and then like finding some way to like put it in a harness or something, attach it to my waist so that it'll stay in place and not just be like a tube that gets scrunched up and like flops around inside there a bunch. Cute crochet dick. I know. I don't have time to get fallow before I move is another issue. Oh, you know, that's fair enough. I'm moving to Germany. There's a lot of countries you can get to from there. Okay, fair enough. I don't know yet how surgical intervention for trans people works in my country. It's different in every country too. Yeah. I'm trying to get rid of my American exceptionalism regarding medicine. Listen, like I hear that Thailand is the place to go if you want a pussy installed. You know what I mean? Like I will acknowledge that they have the rockin' pussies there. But as far as penises go, like it's a tricky process with a full fucking skin graft, you know? Like it's really tricky. IDK, if I want bottom surgery yet, I've thought about it, but I'd rather wait until I start HRT before making that choice. Listen, you gotta take things one step at a time, yo. You really gotta take things one step at a time. You'll get on HRT, and then you'll realize that you have top dysphoria, or, you know, you're like, your boobs are not growing fast enough, or you really want to get your boobs cut off. And then once you get your boobs cut off, then you realize, oh, I have a lot of hip dysphoria. Or like once you grow boobs, then you're like, oh shit, I really want to not have this penis anymore. You know, like once you free up each stage, like you basically just open up your brain to the next stage of dysphoria. Like you're so upset by having like a high-pitched voice, you want testosterone to deepen your voice really badly, and then as soon as you get it, you're like, oh, I have that thing, and it's like, oh yeah, here we go. Now that we've cleared up this bigger problem, here's the next problem, and it's really irritating. I want Norky ASAP. Yeah. Germany has pretty good bottom surgeons too. That's cool. I'm 3 years on E right now and get random top dysphoria all the time. I kind of miss having a flat chest. It's not cripplingly bad like my bottom dysphoria, but it is bothersome. Aren't there, like, isn't there some newfangled type of estrogen that you all can take that, like, does all of the other feminizing effects but doesn't make you grow the titty? I don't know. I was just reading about that quite recently. I'm going to refill my water cup really quick. I'm just going to refill my water cup. Wow, I've been just really blasting through ranting for 2 solid hours. Like the video. Like, comment, and subscribe. Throw me $1 on Patreon. Oh my god, I'm going to fill my water now. Eh. 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 Okay. Just gotta get resituated. You know how it goes. Water. Hail hydrate, babes. SERM, but I don't recommend it personally. Okay, Anansi. Yeah, I don't know anything about SERM. I had a lot of top dysphoria, and now I have a flat chest and no nipples. Hell yeah, Indigo. I had to learn to sleep on my side when I'm used to sleeping on my tummy. Oh no. I can't sleep on my tummy at all. Like, I mean, sometimes, very rarely, but like, ooh. My therapist asked me if I wanted surgery, and I said no, but 3 months later, I'm almost screaming yes in my head. It's okay, things change. You can be like, just open to the possibilities. It took me like, how long? How long was it? Like 6 or 7 years of see ya, Asuka, good night. It took me like 6 years of thinking about why, like whether I wanted surgery and stuff, like top surgery specifically, to finally be like, no, I don't. Like sometimes I really wanted it and I let myself have that feeling. Oh my gosh, I'm so itchy. Looking horny today. True. I'm enjoying it, you know. It is a weird, like, it's a little gender euphoria, the horns are. I like them. I like that they're heavy on my head. I wish that I could, like, do this and not have them move. That would make me feel, like, very good. If I could get them permanently moored, I might do that. I'm not likely to do any surgery. I doubt I'd be happy with results and have pretty bad fear of the knife. I've never gone under, personally, but actually, if you all are interested, I have a podcast with my good friend, Dr. Kat Strixon, who is a paleontologist. Her PhD is in paleontology, but she's trans and she's had multiple surgeries. She had revisions. So she, if you want to listen to us have the discussion, there's a link in the description on the YouTube page of this video. And she basically said that she was really scared at first, but then like after you go under for surgery the first time, then subsequently you're like, oh, I don't have anything to be afraid of. Like, I'm going to just go to sleep and wake up, and it's just going to be like, I'm going to be kind of in pain and things are going to suck for a couple weeks, and then the big change is going to be done. The dysphoria I have really bad is hair. People always say hair grows back, but it takes forever for some of us. I cut mine a year ago during a breakdown, and I wish I didn't now. Listen, y'all. If you see me post, like, listen. It's come close. Like, again, my personal life is in fucking shambles. I feel worse than I've ever felt in my entire life. And I came pretty close recently to shaving my hair. Don't let me do that, please. If you see me talking about it on Twitter, please be emphatic. Tell me how much you love my hair. Tell me you really don't want me to cut it, because you will know that the crisis has reached like a very serious place if I cut off this hair that I've been growing for like many years, probably like 3 years at this point. If they can just put me under, I'll be fine, but a local and I'll fucking vomit. That's why I haven't had a vasectomy. Listen, I completely get that. I completely understand. Indigo, you might be a little bit behind on the stream. I think you might be responding to something that I was saying a few minutes ago. Once you do catch up, though, I just want you to know, I'm not saying the US model is better. I'm saying that, like, if I'm in a country that only has one option for bottom surgery in the whole country, like, there is no reason for that surgeon to try to do a good job. Like, I mean, maybe that is a fucked up thing to say. But if you're in a situation like the NHS in the UK where it's been underfunded repeatedly, it's been like repeatedly underfunded. There's only one surgeon there. The surgical teams, like you sometimes hear stories about the surgical teams not being very attentive and stuff. Like, I'm not saying the US model is better. I'm saying that the US has way, way, way more options for specialized healthcare. Yeah. Okay, yeah, sorry. You're talking to Athena. My bad. My bad. I appreciate you all being nice about my hair. I fucking hate myself right now, so I will take any compliments at any point. My head hair dysphoria isn't as bad anymore since growing it out for the past almost 3 years. I'm bald, yeah. That just made me realize I don't really feel gender euphoria now that I look almost exactly how I'm meant to. Zero dysphoria is a weird spot to be in almost overnight. Yeah, it is really interesting. I don't really think about it very often. Like, I'll be like, oh shit, I should start saving up to have a dick. But I don't really understand that feeling as being dysphoria. I frequently have to, I'm like asking, I'm like, is that, you know, I'm like, I've been thinking about it a lot. Is that what dysphoria means? Because it's like, I don't feel bad about what the situation is currently. At least I don't think I do. If you're open to compliments, I would like to say you're my favorite streamer, and I always look forward to spending Tuesdays and Thursdays here with the Horties. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you enjoy being here. You know, like, one of the things that I've dealt with recently is having this job devalued. Like, having someone say that I'm working for handouts, like, doesn't really feel good. Like, I'm working for tips, as far as I'm concerned. But it's hard not to feel bad when someone says that shit to you anyway. Chat reconnecting. There we go. Lux, you look great. Your hair is amazing. The horns are fucking rad. The knit top is super cool and well done. Thank y'all. I appreciate. I feel like shit right now, but I'm like creating stuff, so that's at least something. I'm like, dang, I'm so cute. It's not handouts. You're providing a service. You know, couldn't be me. Couldn't be me doing something valuable. You must keep your hair. I have the same feeling about my hair, and we need to stay strong. I really do love my hair. I just also hate myself, and it's just one of those things that you do when you're like really struggling. You're like, I think I might just shave all my hair off. Please don't let me do that. I've been bursting into happy euphoria tears the past couple weeks since FFS. That's awesome, Corbarian. I bet your healing is going so well, being a couple weeks into it. I bet your swelling is already starting to go down. Do you even still have black eyes anymore? I bet you don't. It's so strange to be able to give such specific compliments. I wish I had the patience to crochet or knit. I get frustrated way too quickly. To be fair, someone taught me how to do it when I was like 12. So kind of like the basic skill is something that's just got programmed into my brain at quite a young age. And also, I have been heavily penalized in many aspects of my life for being less than perfect since I was a child through to the present day. So I have a perfectionism problem. And so that's why my crochet work looks so good, is because I take forever doing it, basically. I'll like rip out a whole section and redo it because it doesn't look right, you know? I'm like, oh, I'm using the wrong size hook or whatever. Oh, Wreckage, it looks like you're getting really excited about the move to Germany. Did you just now discover that there is a bunch of museums and zoos to go to there? Penalized, true. Oh my god. Yeah, so don't let me cut my hair, basically. TLDR. So now that we're 2 hours into me just kind of like consistently ranting about a bunch of different shit, do we want to roll that energy straight over to MTG? Well, there was like a couple of different things that I wanted to talk about in earnest today. I also saw someone tweet, definitely check on your friend who just decided to rewatch BoJack Horseman. I'm like, uh-oh, I'm starting to feel the call. Okay. Oh, here's one thing that I wanted to look at just kind of really quick. I actually retweeted this before last stream, and I don't know if we talked about this at all. So we'll just roll this right over for a quick minute here. So this is a climate study predicts Missouri will see days of 125 degrees by 2053 as part of a new, quote, heat belt. And this is just like a map that, for frame of reference, I live inside this giant red blotch where it's predicting extreme temperatures. And so my reaction to seeing this map was like, oh, did you just say that you're guessing that this is going to happen in 2053? We just recently were looking at the maps from the heat wave in Europe, and like there had been a map predicting those levels of temperatures, but those projections were still like an additional 10, 20 years out from where we are now. Like we just hit those record temperatures that were projected not to be met until like 2 decades from now, but it's happening now. So when I see a thing that's like climate study predicts Missouri will see 125 degree days by 2053, I'm like, bet it's going to be within 10 years. Like, I don't know that this part of the country is going to be inhabitable by that time. We have a lot of wetlands here that are just not going to do super well. To be fair, we've planted a fuckload of trees compared to the Dust Bowl time. So we've got that going for us at the very minimum. We probably still don't have enough native grasses to retain water in our soil though. So like Dust Bowl 2 Electric Boogaloo, get ready for it, babes. Our ability to produce food in this country is about to completely just go away. Swollen eyes were gone after about 5 days. Do need to go in on Monday because I think my sinus is leaking into my forehead after my brow shave. Oh no! No! I'm sure it's gonna be fine. They'll be able to fix you up. It just sounds horrendous the way that you described it. Oh god. I live in that zone too. I plan to move, but my brother is moving into a house by the end of the month. I hope it can be a family home rather than a barren hellscape / oven. Honestly, like a friend of mine, not really like a close friend, but like an acquaintance of mine that I knew from the Renaissance Festival, they just moved to like South Missouri because someone in their family like just had a house that like they needed to offload onto someone. And it's like, well, I don't know, like, do you get to be choosy about where you live if you're being offered a house during a housing crisis? Like, do you get to be choosy about any of that shit? Oh my gosh. What did you get muted over? Oh, it was a link. Okay, sorry. Links are allowed. Sometimes you will get caught up by the automatic. It's the bot. I have no control over the bot, really, so. I'm going to start working on my own garden when I get home, hoping that if I can develop a green thumb, I can start a greenhouse and grow my own food. It's not just like a green thumb situation. It's like, you just have to know what the plants need, right? It's much easier. Like I have been keeping plants alive that I think I would have normally not been able to succeed at keeping alive because I just have like access to the information. Like, oh, this plant grows, like this plant usually grows attached to the side of a tree. Like, well, it probably doesn't need very much direct sun then, probably not any direct sun. And it probably collects water in a different way, so you probably don't want to put it in regular soil. Like, oh, look at that, it's an orchid. Put it in partial sun and then, or like no direct sunlight, but like a good amount of light, and then put it in like sphagnum moss and tree bark, like replicating the conditions that the plant naturally grows, if and when at all possible. And what's possible in your climate, like indoors versus outdoors, is another question. I was actually just wondering, you guys know the zones, what are they? It's like the US whatever zones. Like I think Kansas, the area that I'm in, is supposed to be like zone 5 or something like that. Like, are they shifting that map around year by year? So like I have a friend in Texas who was posting pictures of these like giant, they're not aloe, it's something kind of like aloe, but like these giant plants that were getting sun scorched. Like they're years and years and years old. They've been living in Texas for forever, but like the conditions are changing in Texas. Agricultural zones. Is it USDA? The USDA zones? Are those changing? Like plants that I would not have been able to grow because it wasn't tropical enough? Like, am I going to be able to grow tropical plants in Kansas because it's fucking humid here and it's getting hotter? A number and a letter. Yeah. My zone 4 is more like zone 5 these days. Right, like are they going to update that shit? Are they changing it each year? Oh, I don't have any space in my apartment in a place that gets enough light to have plants. What I ended up doing is I went to like the hardware store and I got a couple of those like it's just like an aluminum like dome, and then it's like got a grippy like thing on the end, and then you can just stick a single light bulb in there, and then you just get like a full spectrum plant bulb. Grab a couple of those and set them up. But it's hard to get enough light. Like we were talking way at the beginning of stream, my Echeveria succulents don't do very well because I cannot manage to provide them with enough light inside. But I can't put them outside because it rains too often. It's like it should be hot enough, right? It's like they should be getting enough sun, but no. Too much rain. You telling me this Vera is aloe? This plant fucks? True. Oh, gosh. I can't grow a Georgia peach tree, but a Manchurian bush apricot. There's something, NBJ, about you putting both peach and bush in the same sentence that I really want to riff on, but I don't know how to riff on it, so I'll just give you the building blocks and you can put it together yourself. That's my favorite way to make dirty jokes, is I'm like, I'm just gonna allude to the idea that a dirty joke should have been made here, and then I'll just like let you figure it out from there. I just realized I should grow my own tree. I almost started growing avocado trees, and like I got them to start sprouting, and then I was like, realistically, I should not be adding to the number of plants that I have. I need to start cutting back. Also, apparently avocado trees are very, very, very temperamental. They screwed up with climate zone predictions in the 1950s. They thought Virginia would be tropical by now with palm trees growing. That didn't happen. We have blizzards. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing, is like, you'll end up with extremes at both ends. Like you cannot be tropical in the summer and also like more and more extreme frozen storms in the winter, you know? Growing trees sounds so cool. Something that I will have fully grown when I'm 50. Yeah, that's a good point. I did like the idea. Well, I mean, my partner and I had been talking about potentially moving into a house at some point. So I was kind of thinking like, oh, if I were to like, what if I established like a bush or a tree while we are in an apartment, and then when we move into a house, we can plant it, right? Or like similar thing with like, I have a compost bin that is getting full, and I need to find someone who I can offload the compost onto, because the idea was I'll start this compost bin, and then at the end of our lease, we'll be ready to like try to buy a house. That was the idea like when we first moved in here. And now I have no idea what my living situation is going to be like in 6 months. And A-Spec server I'm in has a little aloe emote that's very cute for this reason. Oh, that's really cute. Better not to add plants if you're going to move. Yeah. So I'm cutting back. I'm like, oh, this plant isn't doing very well. I'm just going to get rid of that one. You know, getting rid of plants that are not sparking joy. The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. The second best time is right now. I love that quote, Soy Boy. I know that I've heard that before. One of the most emotionally evocative phrases. I learned this phrase from fucking Markiplier, of all people. Like, it was him talking about his sort of philosophical beliefs and approaches. The quote is like a society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they will never sit in. It's like, I'm going to start crying just saying that. Like, I don't know why I find that imagery so evocative. But really, like, a society is a good place when you do things for the future generation that you're not going to benefit from at all. I have a peach tree next to my house that produces peaches. I have another smaller one near the side of a cliff that produces fewer peaches. It took 20 years for the tree to grow and produce fruit. Gosh, I love Markiplier. He's so smart sometimes. He's also a dumbass. I love him. He's such a dumbass, but he's also like really deep and I appreciate like how he views the world, and he's also an ally. Like, he's pro-trans and I like him. I like him a lot. Oh my gosh. Iron Adele says, I get all the light from my plants by the virtue of being willing to live on the 13th floor in an earthquake country. Oh no. Yeah, we love Mark. Okay, I'm going to take a real quick piss, and then when I get back, we'll talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene, okay? I'll be right back. You know that day when there's like 4 days and you've had that like the same song stuck in your head since the moment you woke up and then through the entire day? Whee! Oh god. Yeah, so y'all, I recently increased the bit rate on the stream. Like, my output was at 720p. Like, I kept like I record my segments on the streams and they were all at 720p. So I increased the bit rate so that when I record, like, I mean, the entire time I'm recording. So like, it's setting it down in 1080p, and that has increased the buffer between us by a little bit. So there is a little bit more of a delay between chat and myself at this point. It's still not terrible, but it is a little bit more of a delay than there used to be. It used to be pretty instantaneous, but I can't stream in 720p, you know? Markiplier is an obvious Fortnite ripoff. The gameplay is the exact same. What? There's more bits per rate now. Exactly. So many bits. Verbatim by Mother Mother is that song for me right now. Yeah. I think I actually even talked to you all about the song that was stuck in my head the last time I spoke to you. That was 3 days ago. Today's Sunday. Oh gosh. All right. Anyway, let's pull up some links and talk about this bitch Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's really trying to find out. Really doing her best. Just like, you know, having a full-on representative from the great state of Georgia constantly saying that trans people don't deserve to be in this country. And that, like, oh, they're trying to stop the gun owners who want to stop the trans agenda on your kids. Like, yo, bro, she's definitely not trying to get anybody shot. Let's see. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here's a link. We'll open that one. Yes. Should have got my links together earlier instead of pacing for an hour and a half, but sometimes you pace for an hour and a half in the morning. No, Chaotic Envy says, whoever planted all the apple trees in my parents' garden pulled a prank on us because 3 of the 4 people in my family have fructose intolerance, and we still have no idea what to do with all the apples and plums. Chaotic Envy, you should, since you can't eat any of them, y'all should just, like, can and jar it and then sell it. Like, I mean, you cannot eat the apples and plums, but you're not going to cut the apple and plum trees down. Like, if they're fruiting, you should just, like, sell it. In a form that you can conserve somewhat, or donate them. That's true. You could donate the fruits. Okay, here we go. Oh damn, yeah, more fucking news out of. Oh, this one's from Texas. This news is from Texas. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute here. Save them for the apocalypse, but they're fructose intolerant, so they can't eat them. Oh my gosh, I have a burp. Oh, there we go. Girl. Oh, yep, there's a second one. All right. Delicious. Yummy. That didn't really taste like anything. That was mostly just like yummy because it was a satisfying sensation. Okay, I think this might be the extent of the notes that I had prepared for this. No Fed posting in the YouTube chat. No Fed posting about hitting TERFs in the face. I keep reading my own tweet and it triggers other music in my brain, which is a really confusing time. Like I was like scrolling past my tweets and like the tweet about watching BoJack Horseman again, I said, uh-oh, I feel the call. And my brain's like, and the call isn't out there at all, it's inside me. It's like the tide, always falling and rising. Anyway, Moana just lives in my brain too, so... Fucking Christ. I never noticed the chat on screen censors things. I know. Terrible. Can we call women bitches? I mean, I've already been accused of being sexist today. Or like yesterday, I guess that was. So, whatever. Moana is mid, but the music is great. I mean, yeah, the plot is kind of whatever, but the music is so good. I will carry you here in my heart. You remind me that come what may, I know the way. I am Moana. Best song in the movie. Best song in the movie. Okay, let's get the fucking links. This one has nothing to do with this. Oh my god. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene, obviously we've discussed her before. She seems determined to drum up stochastic terrorism against trans people. It's pretty cringe. And she just is going to keep doing it. I don't understand why she is still allowed to have the job that she has. It's crazy to me that she still has a job. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene just announced a bill to make gender-affirming care for trans teens a Class C felony nationally. Tucker Carlson, saying he will pressure every Republican to join up, has no chance of passing the next 2 years, but this is their plan if they win in 2024. Also adding, Tucker Carlson continued the stochastic terrorism campaign against Boston Children's Hospital during his segment. This bill would... Do I have this correct? Yes. This bill would give 25-year prison sentences for gender-affirming care to trans teens and bar instruction on gender-affirming care. Does this apply to medical schools? It's uncertain in the text. It would stop anyone who provides gender-affirming care from entering the United States. What the fuck? Again, no chance of passing, but they're laying out their plan. Here we go. This bill would make pharmaceutical, quote, gender affirmation of minors a Class C felony, punishable by up to 25 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. And it would stop any taxpayer-funded insurance plans from paying for this kind of treatment. Oh, so to be totally clear, this is the same shit that they're pulling in Florida. Like, the main point of the law is to say you cannot give this gender-affirming care to trans children. But the effect, the shit that they slide in there, the shit that they hide from you, stop any taxpayer-funded insurance plans from paying for this kind of treatment. Anyone in the entire country who is on Medicare or Medicaid, which are both the state insurances, any taxpayer-funded insurance, you are not covered. Like, they will just deny you care. They're just going to keep you from getting your hormones. And like, does this apply? We've had this question come up before. Does this apply to people who have had their gonads removed? Like, if you're a trans woman and you've had an orchiectomy, let's say you only had an orchiectomy, you still have a penis, but like you need estrogen or testosterone in order to live. Like, is the Medicaid going to stop giving you your estrogen? That causes like immediate and long-term health consequences for an adult, especially. Like, your bone density is going to dramatically drop off, osteoporosis or like osteoarthritis, whatever, like various bone disorders. Not having hormones in your body. And this is also saying, in the event that a foreign national is found to have carried out the medical gender transition of a minor, they will be ineligible to receive visas or be admitted into the United States. So if this thing is legal elsewhere, and if the person is just a GP who has, I don't know, like a general practitioner in a country where it's more informed consent model, they've given puberty blockers to children. That person is not eligible to be admitted into the United States, period. The fear in this legislation being introduced nationally is in a proliferation of these bills in the 2022-2023 legislative cycle at the state level. Understanding frustration with electoral politics, because voting often accomplishes so little nationally, but locally your votes really matter. I need everyone to understand the gravity of this bill being proposed and having co-sponsors. Versions of this bill have snaked through state legislatures and gotten passed in very few, but notably in Arkansas and Alabama. And this is not the first time it's been nationally introduced. She's planning on banning teaching gender-affirming care in colleges, presumably to therapists and medical students. Here, let's look at this. Not only does Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill medically detransition all trans teens and ban providers from the U.S., it prevents schools from, quote, teaching gender-affirming care. Presumably, she's referring to therapists and medical schools. So this says, it blocks all taxpayer funding for these barbaric procedures, bans colleges from teaching it, and prohibits foreign aliens who commit these appalling acts from entering the U.S. Like, she's trying to say they've made it... Like, is the purpose of this legislation to declare, like they're trying to do in Florida, to declare all transition-related healthcare to be, like, illegal, basically? Is that what this is? Like, I don't know how you can... Like, most colleges are private, are they not? Like, I would say the overwhelming majority of colleges are private, especially because so many of those institutions are religious institutions. See you later, Baphomet. Like, how are you going to prevent colleges from teaching it? Yeah, safe travels. It's going to be, quote unquote, good to have you back, I guess. I don't know. Fuck America. Yeah, so I just don't see how that... I would have to, I guess, look at the law and see what it actually says about banning colleges from teaching it, because that seems like a really major overstep. But yeah, that's that tweet. And then looking at this from Alejandra Caraballo, going through Marjorie Taylor Greene's gender-affirming care ban bill, and immediately there's an exception for intersex children. Of course, reminder, the surgery is being done on intersex babies with perfectly healthy tissue. Yeah, so here we go. Exception, this shall not apply to the following individuals: an individual with both ovarian and testicular tissue, an individual with respect to whom a physician has determined through genetic or biochemical testing that the individual does not have a normal sex chromosome structure, sex steroid hormone production, or sex steroid hormone action, an individual experiencing infection, disease, injury, or disorder caused or exacerbated by previous gender transition procedures. Oh, okay, so cute. This does exempt, you are not denied hormone care if you have previously had a gender whatever. Like, if you had an orchiectomy, I guess they'll still provide you with your estrogen. But I don't actually know. Like, it seems like probably what they're going to do is be like, oh, you had your testicles removed. Sounds like you should be on testosterone. Sucks to be you. Here's a prescription. Most colleges are private, but they receive federal funding, which is why federal legislation affects them. Yeah, I kind of thought like that. I mean, obviously you have state colleges, which take state money and are bound by those laws, but I didn't know that if it would apply. It's going to be interesting trying to pass this in direct violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Yeah, I will say we did just cover that this past week, that it's been added to based on an appeals court decision. I think the Fourth Circuit Appeals Court determined that gender dysphoria is protected under the Americans with Disabilities Act. So you cannot make healthcare for that condition illegal without also going against the Americans with Disabilities Act. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They'll detrans you. Yeah. And of course, yes, making exceptions for intersex people. Like, it's okay. It's so weird. They harp on and on about, like, you're removing healthy tissue. It's mutilation. How could you remove the healthy tissue you were born with? Like, meanwhile, they're like, yeah, performing clitorectomy on intersex children is fine. I'm never going to fucking get over that. There's like this one example of this one person called Pigeon who, when they were a baby, their clitoris was cut off. And then when they were 11 years old, a vaginoplasty was forced on them. And they did not, like, the doctors and their parents did not fully inform them of what was going on. They told them that there was like a urinary issue or a bladder issue, but they forcibly gave an 11-year-old a fucking vaginoplasty because their vagina wasn't deep enough, you know, like, and that person was also like, oh, they had their gonads removed. They removed the testicles that they had inside. So they also had like fucking osteoarthritis by the time they were 20 years old. I feel like they would at this point start burning books if that was still effective at destroying knowledge at this point. I mean, the thing is, Chaotic NB, like, they do that. Do you all not remember how like 4 years ago, a whole bunch of queer content on Tumblr got nuked because of its adjacency to sexually inappropriate content? Like, there were people with invaluable bottom surgery blogs on Tumblr that just got dead ass deleted. Like, I know someone who had to just start their own website, a WordPress, like download all of the information off of their Tumblr and start a brand new website just to host the information about their phalloplasty so that they could provide integrally important information to the community. Like, getting rid of sexuality on Tumblr, quote unquote sexuality on Tumblr, was like the modern queer burning of the fucking Library of Alexandria. It was so shit. Yeah, so as usual, exceptions for intersex children. We stan Pigeon. I know, we stan. I should do a video with them for as often as I bring them up. I wonder if they're doing video content nowadays. That might be an interesting collaborative effort. Like the intersection between, like, it's weird. Like, how can you be so, like, how can you base your entire fucking anti-trans rhetoric on the idea that we're doing surgery on kids and then like literally turn around and be like, every single bill that bars you from treating trans children's gender dysphoria, every single fucking one has an exception for deliberately mutilating intersex children with perfectly healthy tissue in order to normalize their appearance. Except for the one in Idaho, and the bill in Idaho didn't have this exception, and that's why it didn't pass. Like literally, they didn't carve out exceptions for forcibly, coercively altering a child's assigned sex at birth. And that's the reason why the anti-trans healthcare bill in Idaho didn't pass. Republican logic, trans healthcare for minors equals child abuse. Circumcision and surgeries on intersex minors equals fine. Exactly. Yeah, we're just gonna cut the healthy tips of penises off every fucking day in this country and then absolutely lose our minds at the idea of a 12-year-old taking puberty blockers for 3 years while they figure their shit out, you know? The rhetoric is just a tool. The goal isn't included in it. The goal is always to remove things outside of what they want the norm to be. I mean, yeah, basically, like, you're never going to get anywhere by calling a Republican a hypocrite because the fact that they get to be hypocritical is the fucking point. They have power over you. Don't get me started on fucking Idaho. I live there. Yeah. I heard you got some real good potatoes. I heard you got nice potatoes. Even circumcision as an exception law is still mutilation. It's cutting off healthy material off of a baby for no fucking reason. And here's the thing, like, this is a totally separate conversation that I don't want to get too derailed on, but I honestly think that male circumcision has, like, greatly impeded male intimacy. Like, I genuinely think that men are, like, less able to engage intimately with their partners. Like, I think a lot of guys... Like, if a guy doesn't have a girlfriend and he's jerking off all the time, if he doesn't have a foreskin, like, he's going to end up chafing his dick. There's an entire subreddit about this. At least one. There might be more than one subreddit about, like, having the most sensitive part of your penis cut off creates, like, insensitivity where you have to be rougher with the penis in order to get it to ejaculate, and then, like... another person's soft hands stimulating your junk doesn't do it for you. Like, it, you know, I think it creates barriers to intimacy. Yeah. Did the meme. We did the meme. We did it. Trans healthcare for minors is child abuse. Surgery on intersex minors is good. Republicans on LGBT issues. I mean, they basically just, there is no sweating. They just slam this button on the right. They just slam the surgery on intersex minors is good button. Like, without shame. Without any sense of shame. Like, has anyone asked about this? Has anyone put pressure on them and been like, excuse me, why the fuck does your bill have an exception for like forcibly changing the genitals of intersex kids, you know? Like, can we like force them to justify that? Like, can we actually have that conversation? Because I don't think that... I understand sometimes like trans people use intersex people and issues as like a prop for discussing our issues. I'm sure that I've done this before in an inappropriate manner. I'm sure that I am not perfect about this, but it is a question that I have. And clearly, since every single trans bill is written with this intersex exception, our trials and tribulations are connected to one another. You know, them wanting to avoid, it's like the same thing. They want to prevent trans kids from transitioning because that to them is creating an aberration, and an intersex kid who is born is fundamentally an aberration. They want to normalize people. They want to normalize trans people. They want to normalize intersex people. It does severely impede male sexual enjoyment. Yeah, and I'm like, if it's impeding your enjoyment, then it's probably impeding like the connection you're supposed to be able to build with your partner during that whatever. But yes, they want to force people to be cisgender or be dead is the other thing. They just don't care. The only people who bring up using intersex people as a prop are GCs basically, and they're not very genuine about it. Like, I follow intersex people on the platform of Twitter, and I have seen them personally myself making the, saying like, we're not a prop for you to use in your argument. So like, I'm not going to say, I cannot honestly say that it's just TERFs or it's just gender criticals, right? I'm willing to acknowledge that there are situations where I'm sure that I use rhetoric about intersex people in a way that doesn't accurately reflect their experience or that they feel is objectifying, like, probably. But obviously, like, you can't talk about one without talking about the other right now. Not right now. Absolutely not right now. If I was more willing to endanger my mental health, I might make a sock puppet centrist account and ask them about the question of mutilating intersex babies. Yeah. Living in a place where most penises are not mutilated, I was so confused why all the movies used lotion as a shorthand for wanking. Kids with penises here don't need lotion or lube unless they've had their foreskin removed for medical reasons. Sorry, I have very strong opinions about circumcision. Listen, I've gone off about it for a long time. I've had conversations with people in my personal life about their negative opinions about having had it done to them. Like, it just is a fucked up thing to do to a baby. Don't do it. Why is it okay? The reason for not leaving the intersex infant alone is because they would have to write intersex and or non-binary on a birth certificate and legal papers instead of just male or female. They don't want to admit they exist because it threatens the binary and their belief systems. So they think, people have just built this idea in their heads that sex is strictly binary and you must normatively fit into one or both. It's like the fucking computer system situation, like every doctor's office that I go to, they basically have to select female on things in order to get like the correct paperwork stuff. Like, like when you get your hemoglobin content tested, when you're on testosterone, your hemoglobin can go up and that can present a risk to your health, cardiovascular disease risk. But like if my labs are being done, like if I'm on testosterone and my labs are being submitted as male, then my testosterone and hemoglobin will show in the normative male range. But if they insist on, like, what they usually do is they have me plugged in as fucking female, so my hemoglobin and testosterone is like too high, medically speaking, because every single fucking thing in the computer system, like, we have just become, like, we've allowed ourselves to believe that human sexual dimorphism is in any way meaningful. It is so meaningless. We are barely sexually dimorphic. Hormones do make a difference as to like what your dosage is, and like it changes your cardiovascular disease. Like, the dosage that you require for medication can be different based on whether you have primarily testosterone or estrogen in your body. But like fucking, like everybody is so entrenched in this idea that you have to be one or the other. They will like do things in a way that is counterfactual. I swear religious circumcision is designed to impede people's sexual enjoyment and its relationship to intimacy. Yeah, the entire reason why circumcision is so popular in the United States is because of Kellogg, the cereal guy, being like a traveling salesman popularizing the idea of circumcision, because he explicitly was saying it would prevent people from masturbating. It didn't actually work. It just made it more difficult and painful. Yeah, like generations of men unable to connect to their bodies correctly and unable to connect to their partners. Yeah, I'd rather not be so bitter and old that like not liking sex making everyone else suffer. It's insane. I'm really glad that I guess I'm fucking glad that I live in a country where fucking female genital mutilation isn't normalized. Like, I guess it keeps the penis healthier. No, just watch your dick. Here's the thing, Wreckage. I'm getting lost on a circumcision tangent in the middle of trying to talk about trans people, but it's not like trans women aren't affected by this. Anyway, it keeps the penis healthier. This is going to be graphic. This is going to be a graphic. Okay, here's a moment of graphicness. When you're born, the foreskin is fused to the head of your penis. Like, when you think about like an adult penis that's uncircumcised, you're like, oh, it's got all this loose skin. The foreskin like slides up and then back, and it can completely cover the head, and then it can come back. When you're born, it's like, here's like the head. The foreskin is like just here, and it's stuck there. Sometimes it can be necessary to do a surgical revision because it might be so overgrown that it's covering the urethral tip, which you don't want. But most of the time it's just here. It's just there. But it's fused and you have to rip it off. Like you have to rip it apart. You have to rip the foreskin off of the head of the penis in order to cut it off. So it creates like a situation where you're introducing germs to an area of the body that would normally be covered by a mucous membrane. You're exposing a mucous membrane to the air and then letting it chafe inside the fucking underwear and stuff all the time. Introducing the possibility of infection, imposing unanesthetized pain on a newborn. Like we don't have any way, I don't even know if there's a way to study the psychological impact of the pain of circumcision at that age, because they don't give you anesthesia. They can't. They just cut the tip of your penis off and you're just like awake through it, you know? Like I have no idea, like is there any way for us to know if all of the men that we know who are emotionally dysfunctional are not that way because they were fucking circumcised? Like I don't know. I don't know what happens to your brain when you experience that kind of pain when you're barely a week old. Phimosis easily fixed without circumcision. I know that there can be like some... all I was trying to say was that there obviously are some situations where circumcision can be medically necessary, even for an infant. I don't know all of the different possibilities, but... yeah, I'm just acknowledging there can be situations where it is medically necessary, and I'm not going to just say blanket circumcision is always bad, but yes. Yeah, doing this to newborns can be seen as fine because they're seen as objects relating to the discussion that we were having in a previous segment about disregard for children's humanity. Yeah. You can do what you want to children because they're just your possession, you know? They don't own anything. They can't argue with you. I bet some people are emotionally damaged because of that. Like, I would not be surprised if tons and tons of men are emotionally damaged by experiencing that pain as babies. Why are we circumcising blankets? I just got back from a shower. Well, we were talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and her proposal of a national anti-trans youth healthcare bill, which includes an exemption for intersex kids. So now that we're off on a tangent about circumcision. But like, I mean, it's not like this issue doesn't affect trans women. Again, like, you know, when I'm broadly speaking about men, obviously, if I'm talking about like a sensation problem potentially causing emotional problems, like that can happen to trans women too. And like, obviously trans women are also limited by their, like vaginoplasty results. If you're going to be doing like a penile inversion method for a vaginoplasty, then it's a lot easier to do if you have your foreskin. I mean, it's not like easier, but like, it's just better, generally considered better. The tangent was my fault. No, honestly, like, why do we just think it's okay to mutilate the genitals of babies in these very specific situations? Every single boy who's born, every single boy baby, every penised baby who's born gets a circumcision, and every single intersex baby, the doctors will pressure you, by the way. Like, you know, doctors will say like, oh, you know, we can't guarantee that the testicles, like if a person is born with like an anomaly on the outside and they do an ultrasound or whatever and find out that there's testicles inside instead of ovaries, the doctors will just fucking make shit up and say that you need to have them removed because they might become cancerous. Even though they're like totally healthy material, there's actually no reason to think that they'll become cancerous. You know, like, it's not like you're really looking out for testicular cancer among any penised baby or whatever. Yeah, or not ask you. That's another fucked up thing. Like, sometimes they'll just make surgical corrections and not ask you. And then like also it's notorious that intersex people who are mutilated at birth, like, they don't even keep accurate medical records. So they might not even put a record of them having altered your genitals without your permission. So yeah, no, but we just live in a country where it's totally acceptable to do all these incredibly fucked up things to babies. But then, yeah, the idea of like a 12-year-old going on puberty blockers is like we won't let you into the country if you've ever done that in your other country, unless you are very vocal about not wanting it. Yeah, I'm like, my husband and I used to talk about this when we were talking about the possibility of having children, of like I imagine having to be vehement at every step of the process. Like, if we get an ultrasound and we find out that this baby has a penis, like, we're going to tell every single medical professional that we come in contact with that if they even bring up the idea of circumcision, we're going to abandon them as providers, because fuck you. It's not okay. And then, yeah, having to also be like, if my kid is intersex in any visible way, if you fuck up their body, I will come for you, you know? I would sue the living daylight out of those doctors. It's impossible to prove is the issue, Demonia. With a newborn baby, if you do a surgery on a brand new baby, it heals differently than an older child or an adult, because their bodies are just full of stem cells. Like, how would you even know in one of these situations where the doctors like perform a surgery on a baby without even telling the parents? Like, how will you know? They're going to heal in a way that is very unique to how newborns heal. Yeah, and it's true. That's also true, Mersh. They will pump you full of corrective hormones when you get near puberty to make you seem cis with whatever gender the doctors chose for you. You end up getting hormone therapy without even knowing what it is. Didn't they put you on estrogen as a teenager, Mersh? Like, to make your body more normatively female? And they just don't even bother to tell the kids what they're doing. It's so crazy to me. Leave all decisions up to the person. When they are old enough to think about what they want, they will tell you. I know, it's just hard. Like, the ideal is to leave the decision up to the person. Like, but again, the doctors will just straight up say, like, you know, I know your kid has a vulva and internal testicles, and like those testicles are healthy right now, but we need to have them removed because they might become cancerous. Like, okay, whatever. They sure as hell did cause loads of trouble. Yeah. It's just unconscionable. But, you know, this is coming from someone who actually believes that children should have rights, and a lot of people just seem to not agree with that position. Like, I don't understand why it's a radical position for me to say children should have bodily autonomy. Like, you shouldn't pierce the ears of a child who doesn't know what the fuck you're doing to them, you know? Like, a child, like, you shouldn't do anything to a child if you cannot explain to them what's happening, you know? Yeah, and there's no age on that. They'll tell you when they're old enough to think about what they want. Like, children develop at different stages, different ages. You might be like, you know, you might have a kid who is like more intelligent and mature at a younger age than another, and like, yeah, they reach developmental milestones at different points. I'm currently suffering in middle age from decisions made when I was 12 or 13 years old, forcibly putting me on hormones. So fucking weird. A lot of conversation going on in the YouTube chat. It's hard to catch up on. It's so sometimes I get off on a rant and I'm trying to catch up on chat, and I'm realizing like, oh shit, I'm ranting too much to catch up on chat. Yeah, honestly, like, if you can't explain it and it doesn't threaten their life in the case of truly unnecessary surgeries, like, why would you perform a vaginoplasty on an 11-year-old? It's because the doctors convinced you that your kid was not going to ever have the possibility of having a normal life. Two of my partners have had circumcisions that they're both very, very upset about. It's so hard to see. Yeah. Like, it hasn't created any, like, dysfunction specifically in my marriage, but, like, my partner is still upset about it, you know? Like, I remember when he found out that his dad is uncircumcised, and, like, a big part of the reason why my partner is circumcised is because his dad was, like, self-conscious about being uncircumcised. Like, my partner was fucking pissed when he found that out. And I would be pissed too. Like, it's fucking stupid. Yeah. No worries about the typos. Anyway. I think I'm okay with the fact that the Marjorie Taylor Greene rant, like, spun out and became about bodily autonomy for children in general. I'm okay with it. However, I'm having to adjust my hormones now and get therapy in order to manage it. I'm feeling good now and making progress. That's excellent. Yeah, exactly. Projecting insecurities onto a newborn. Like, seriously. It's usually moms, as far as I've heard, who push for circumcision. Nah, it was the dad in this case. I mean, at least that's what my mother-in-law said, you know? Usually it's, I want him to look like me. Yeah, in this case, it was like, I'm uncircumcised and people are, like, it's weird, I guess. I don't get it at all. And, like, it also means that the people like me who like penises are like, you know, like, it's really hard to find someone in my age demographic who is uncut. Like, I have no idea what an uncut penis is like, because of the handful that I've seen in person, they've all been circumcised. I mean, the rationale was literally just like, I am uncircumcised and I'm self-conscious about it. I mean, like, you know, when we had this conversation with my mother-in-law, there was a lot else going on, but the general vibe I got was just like, the dad is like, I've always been self-conscious about being uncircumcised, so I don't want my kid to have to deal with that, I guess. It's so weird. Intact penises are considered weird over there. I mean, it's just abnormal. It's like hard to get a hold of one. Jesus. You know, sometimes you say something and you just like can't believe the shit that you just said. Oh my God. I guess intact penises are considered weird over here. I guess they are kind of considered weird. I wouldn't consider them weird, but it's uncommon. I've seen one uncut dick and it was gorgeous. I know. It also kind of sucks that as far as phalloplasty options, there aren't really any options for foreskin, but you know, it's fine. I mean, I guess that's one good thing about phalloplasty in the United States is like, at least your penis isn't going to stick out because it just looks like everybody else's circumcised penis. Just check Grindr. I know. I don't have any dating apps on my phone. I'm in a monogamous relationship. I've not experienced a circumcised penis. Uncircumcised penises are great if the person owning it cleans it properly. I mean, yeah, that's the argument that people always make is like, oh, it's cleaner. Like, no, it's not. It, like, in a country that doesn't have access to soap and running water, then sure, having a circumcised penis might be somewhat cleaner. But no, like, just in a country with running water and access to soap, you should not circumcise your baby. What fucking unhinged psycho behavior. Oh, God. And, like, the idea of, like, the uncircumcised penis, you know, it can be cleaned improperly or whatever. It's like, the kind of people, the kind of parents who are like, oh, I don't want to have to try to clean under the foreskin while the kid is in diapers. Like, and yet you have to clean in between the flaps of your vulva, baby, you know? Fellas, is it gay to wash your dick? Apparently. True, there's nothing keeping you from getting circumcised as an adult. Don't do it to a child who can't consent. Get it when you can if you really want it. Yeah. Just pull the skin back a bit and wash around the head. I don't even have one and I know how. I know, it's so fucking simple. And yeah, if the dad was so upset, why didn't he get himself cut? I don't know. Soap isn't good either, just like with vaginas. I mean, yeah, in the sense that the tip of the penis is supposed to be like a mucous membrane. I could see it being like, you don't need to use... I mean, like... I'm not saying you should get water up in... Like, you should get soap up in there, you know? It's like... With a vagina, you don't want to, like, get soap all up in the actual vagina, but the vulva, like, you open the flaps and you soap and water right around your clitoris, and, like, maybe even, like, you know, you pull back the clitoral hood and you clean that area with, like, soap and water, right? You can do that to the head of the penis, right? And it's not like... I'm not saying, like, wash out your urethra, you know what I mean? Because there is, like, a sweat stickiness quality to the smegma sometimes that, like, you sometimes need soap to actually knock it loose. The whole it's not clean, it's not about the penis or foreskin, it's about the person. Exactly. Soap your taint, not your tip. I would not have guessed that this is advice to be given. Because, like, yeah, like, as a person with a clitoris, I feel like it's pretty normal to, like, with mild soap and water, like, clean the head of your clitoris. Should you not do that? Only water? I feel like I just feel like things would get dirty again faster if you're not using soap, you know? That there's like a stickiness that, like, you know, the next time you go to use the restroom, if you only rinsed off your junk with water, then you're gonna end up with like a bunch of TP particles stuck to your junk. I have an acquaintance who got circumcised with his bar mitzvah or when he turned 18 and could make his own medical decisions. That's awesome. It's interesting because it's like really common in, obviously in like Jewish culture to just, you know, get it done as a baby. Just be thorough with your hands. Soap can cause yeast infections depending on how sensitive you are. Similarly to vaginas, penises are also mostly self-cleaning. It's only unpleasant if the penis owner hasn't washed in a while or just been exercising, doing heavy manual labor. Guys, okay. Hold on. Let me just back off because I was about to get really fucking annoyed for no reason. The inside of your vagina is self-cleaning. Like, when you refer to a vagina as self-cleaning, you're talking about the part inside your body. Your vulva is not self-cleaning. If you go like 4 days without showering and without like rinsing off your junk, you will end up with a buildup of smegma, you know? Like, your vulva is not self-cleaning. So again, I could see it being true that like you don't want to like try to put soap in your urethra if you have a penis, but I'm not seeing how the tip of the penis can be any more self-cleaning than my vulva, which I experience as something which needs to be actually cleaned. I don't know. No way, keep your soap away from my flaps? Really? I don't know. No reason for this to be a rant, though. Goodness gracious. I feel like I have put so much energy into this today. A lot. Like, do y'all feel like maybe this past week, if you all have been here at streams for this past week, have I been kind of low energy? And like, at least today I have a little bit more energy, right? Water seems sufficient. You just got to get up in there. I mean, yeah, I guess. Soap is evil down there. Hurts real bad. The part of the penis under the foreskin doesn't need soap. I imagine if you don't have a foreskin, you'll need soap to clean it. Yeah, I don't know. Just scrubbing with a rag, yo. I mean, I guess. Whatever works. I've tried both soap or just rinse, and my health is better without soap. Fair enough. I'll take it. Your outfit is bomb. Thank you! I made this top. I made it. And then the horns I 3D printed. I didn't design these, but I printed them, and I like them a lot. They're my horns. I haven't been here for streams very much this week. Honestly, the past like 2 weeks, I have felt worse than I've ever felt in my entire life, and I basically feel worse each day. like worse than the previous day. So I think part of the energy today is that I'm also just like really fucking incensed and upset, and I'm channeling some of that info, I guess is the word that I was settling on there. Gothic beachwear. Yes. So, and also to be fair, like, I don't even use regular soap anymore. Like, I don't wash with soap. I use a non-soap cleanser. So, because it was stripping the oils from my skin, and it was not working very well. Unscented wipes work too. Yeah, on days that I don't shower, there's like Cottonelle wet wipes, you know? They need to make soap specifically for genitals. Gotta be for the sensitive skin, you know? I bet they do. There's probably specified products, I would say. At least I must assume. It's like Rule 34, you know? If we thought of it, it's probably already been done. I mean, NBJ, it's usually considered preferred to do all preventative work possible to prevent there being shit after anal sex. But yes, if you fucked your partner's ass and there's some shit on the dick, you should probably have some special wipes for that. Wonder what Dr. Lindsay Doe would have to say about this issue. I love Lindsay Doe. I don't know if she's ever talked about this particular issue. There is soap for your vagina. Okay. But yeah, I was just thinking about her. I like, you know, that she's a clinical sexologist. Did she move to Bavaria or something like that? Like she moved, to another country or something. Bolivia, maybe? Bolivia is what I was trying to get at. Drink some more water. So anyway, circumcision bad, children good. I really feel like I should get off of using the word children. I said get off of using the word children, to be clear about the words that I just said. Bavaria is southern Germany. Yeah, I think she moved to Bolivia. Oh shit, my brain just farted everything out. I haven't really been eating very much. Here's the thing about feeling like shit all the time is that I don't have very much of an appetite, so I didn't eat before stream today. So sorry if my brain just like decides to not work. Sex research in Germany is actually allowed. Yeah. But yeah, no, I was just thinking about Lindsay Doe. She is like a foster mom a lot. Bavaria is not its own country. Yeah, I just misremembered. I think she actually said Bolivia and I just said Bavaria because it has the same, like it has some similar consonants in there. Is Bavaria like Texas? Like they wish that they were a different country, but they're not? Is that what I'm gathering? Like the relationship between Bavaria and Germany is like the relationship between Texas and the United States? Do they just really desperately wish that they could secede? Oh my god, excuse me. Oh my god, excuse me again. Oh my god, okay. I've been on a cucumber water stint for weeks, so refreshing. That sounds really good. I just put lemon in all my water now because it has electrolytes. They're what plants crave. Bavaria would like to be its own country, though, much like Florida or Texas. The southerners of Germany. True. Mixing up Bolivia and Bavaria is all fun and games until you get to cream varieties. Oh no, is Bolivian cream a thing? Oh no. Oh no. The psychology I want to study is related to sex, and I'm very pleased that Germany isn't fucking prudish about it. That's really exciting. I'm glad that you're gonna have the opportunity to have like more interesting studies to pursue over there if you're relating, you know, if you're looking into like sexology. Because I do remember I saw a tweet pop up recently, I mean not too long ago, that was basically like it was a screenshot of a class description, and the class was like about adult film, like how to film porn, because it's a film class, and people were like upset about it. It's like, well, it's a college course. Adults are the only people in it, and like adult filmmaking is a whole fucking career that you can have. Like, why would you piss and shit yourself over the idea of people learning how to make good porn, you know? It's because Americans want to use porn, but we want to like pretend that we don't support the production of that shit. Bolivian cream is a pepper variety. Oh, weird. I mean, like a Bavarian cream is a donut. A Bolivian cream is when a Bolivian man comes on your face, I guess. Now a Bolivian cream pie, on the other hand. Smuggy. Smuggy. We do need an ahegao. Yeah, just leave nothing to the imagination. It's that time of stream. I fucking hate everything, so make it so that pornos are basically normal movies with full sex scenes as the only difference. I think that I feel like there is an entire comedy bit, and I can't remember whose it was. It might have been like Dane Cook or someone like that, who had an entire part of their set about how like they want to see they want like full sex scenes in movies, basically. Like, this movie is just going to be rated X. It's like a normal movie, but it also has full frontal. I want porn in my movies, not movies in my porn. It's Always Sunny had a bit about this. Okay. I thought that I knew it was something stupid and edgy, like It's Always Sunny. Okay, that's probably where I got it. I need to rewatch It's Always Sunny. What a fucking stupid show. There have been several near misses on slurs this stream. I want you all to know that I'm behaving myself. Bolivian cream pie sandwich. I want that to be a dessert now. Anansi, the thing that you just said, Bolivian cream pie sandwich, I want that to be a dessert now. Have any of you seen National Lampoon's Van Wilder? Because there's that bit where they get like the bulldog to come inside all of those like donuts, and then they feed the donuts to the frat guys, and like when they get to the bottom of the basket, there's a photo of them jacking off the dog into the Bavarian cream donuts. So they just like realize at the end of having eaten all of them that they've been eating dog cum. Anyway, I fucking hate that just lives in my brain and that I thought of it just now. And I'm also sorry that I said those things out loud. God damn it. No. Oh. TBF, there is some funny porn. Yeah. I know, like, when Aaron Hansen from the Game Grumps talks about his favorite porno, it's like, it's a hardcore gay porno that's just, like, really fucking dumb and funny at the beginning, I guess. R-rated movies have been so watered down that they barely say fuck, let alone have sexual content. Just give me X-rated movies. Amen. I know, it's in your head now. I know. I also just lost the game. Sorry. That scene nearly made me barf. I know, it's not a good one. It's not good. I want my $40 back now. No! Did someone dono and I missed it? I hope not. Oh no. It's so sad that non-German speakers don't know Warum liegt hier... Oh god, I can't read that word. Stro. I don't know that. Luxander really did say, I'm just taking you all with me with that dog story. I know. Oh god, I know. Fuck the game, man. I know. True, too. Oh, from the last time. Okay, I see you, Anansi. I see you. I know. I got you. I watched Predator the other day, and they say motherfucker so much. Then you move to the newer ones, and they say fuck once or twice. It's so weird that, like, we have gone so much further conservative. Like, I think that this is, like, we're in the midst of a conservative backlash, really. You know, sometimes you'll see photos of, like, here's what the Iranian women's Olympic team wore in 1967, and it's like a normal outfit for doing volleyball or whatever. And then nowadays they're like in full fucking, practically full niqab. It's like, Christ, why are we getting further and further this way? I keep feeling like I need to sneeze and then it's not happening. Today's a good stream. Yeah, it is. Today's good. I'm having fun today. My friend finally neutered his dog. Didn't help with the behavior, but there's way less dog cum on the sofa. Oh my god. You know, as much as I've never actually oh my, wow. What is it like? Is it the same consistency that I think it would be? Why am I curious about dog cum? This video is definitely going to get restricted ads. There's no way. There's no way. Not that it matters a whole lot, because it's on the VOD channel. We are not monetized yet. So if you're a person who likes watching the VODs, I am like trying to get caught up on posting VODs as they come out. So feel free to subscribe to the VOD channel, and you can catch the streams that you miss later on. I know I did this to you. I know. I'm gonna shave now and hope I don't cut myself laughing at the idea of dog cum donuts. I know. It's cum textured. Okay, great. God. It's just cum, but it comes out of a dog, guys. I can't what to say. No. Oh my god. Every time I'm here, there's dog knots and cum. I know, Anansi. It's true. Oh, this has got to be an asexual person's nightmare. I'm so sorry. I don't have a very asexual friendly stream. I'm so sorry. I had to clean my dog's donuts this morning. I hope that you mean like... I hope that you didn't mean that you had to clean up dog cum this morning, because what a fucking... This is why female dogs are better. You just get them fixed, and then female dogs are like significantly better than male dogs in terms of behavior and the cum and everything. No! My coworker got jizzed on by a dog. The dog's balls were somehow super matted. She shaved the mats off and he splooged. No! No! No. I know someone who grooms dogs in real life. Like, I know someone in real life who grooms dogs, and I kind of want to ask them if they've ever been come upon by a dog. This is horrible. Why am I doing this to us? Why have I done this? Okay, we gotta get out. We gotta get out of this. I was gonna say we gotta get off of this, but that's not gonna. Nope. No. We gotta get out of here. Ah! Okay. No. Oh, I see. When Jamie said that they had to clean their dog's donuts, they were referring to the donuts being chocolate from the other hole. Okay, well, your dog had dingleberries, all right? That's called a dingleberry. Did y'all know that that's what a dingleberry actually is? It's when, like, a cat or a dog poops and the poop doesn't quite fall down all the way to the ground and it gets stuck in their butt fur. That's called a dingleberry. It was a first for her in 3 years of grooming dogs. That's horrendous. Same with cats. I don't think I'd ever get a male dog or cat. We ended up, like, we had 3 male cats for years, and once they're fixed, they're fine. Female dog with butt dingleberries. Yeah, exactly. I just joined. Why are you talking about dog cum? I'm trying to get away from this subject. I'm so sorry. No. But my male cats are chill. Like, I mean, they got fixed when they were still babies. So I don't think they ever really became sexually mature. Should I try to find you a kitty cat? And by a kitty cat, I mean the only kitty cat that I have an option to go grab for you. Shall we take a break for kitty cat? Hey, buddy. Hey. Hello. Hi. Kitty cat? Are you my buddy? Are you buddy? Come here. Ooh. Oh, he's so big. Oh, what a baby. Hi, honey. Hi. Oh, you're good. You're my buddy. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, honey. Yeah? Yeah? I know. Yeah? Are you crying? Is this Mitternacht complain? He's like, ugh. Are you baby? Huh? No, you don't like it? Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright, alright. He was very good for a minute there. Very sweet for a minute there. Oh my god. The one thing about this yarn is that it does make my nipples itch a little bit. I think I need to wash this shirt so that it gets some of the itchiness out of it. Oh my god. We could talk about anal glands. That's a unique smell. Yeah, sometimes when Lucy would get freaked out, he would do a little bit of an expression from his anal gland, and it was terrible. But we love him. Poor past baby. Residing in a box of ashes back behind me now. EB the Purple sent me the sticker finished emojis, so I just need to get in touch with my friend who knows the printing company nearby so that I can get some of those stickers printed and get a small fixed amount release. Like, I'll probably only have 25 made, and then I will I'll keep a couple of them and I'll sell the rest of them to you if you all want a sticker of the emoji for Lucy, kind of in honor of his passing. Because if I ever have a regular store, I'm not gonna host stickers of my dead cat on my permanent store. So when we get these stickers made, it's only gonna be a limited run. Like, as much as I love him and I want his memory to live on, it's so early in my stream career, and I feel like it would be very depressing for people who are new to the content to come in and be like, oh, this cat, like, I don't ever see this cat on stream. And then, like, oh, by the way, he's dead. Like, you bought a sticker of a dead cat. Like, congrats. You know, it just seems really fucking depressing. I need to pee really fast. I'll be back. That's 3 pees in a 3.5-hour stream. How did I manage to fuck up this bad? I'm not even on Spiro. Oh, you're so good. He like makes noises at me when I walk past, but he also doesn't want to be picked up. I honestly think that heavier cats, I think fat cats just have a really difficult time. I think really fat cats have a hard time breathing when you pick them up, so. That's the biggest pussy I've seen since Marmalade Mussolini. True. Yeah, Finn, I crochet. I crocheted this top and a bunch of other stuff, actually. Phone battery died. Oh, rip Chaotic Envy. Yeah. I've been not charging my phone at night, so I'm like, I have to keep track and like charge it during the day and not let it get fucked up. My fucking coworker gets mad that I need to pee so much, and I'm just like, dude, I can't help it, and unless you want me to pee in your mouth, you can die mad. Joke's on you, I'm into that would be the worst thing he could say to that. I mean, the thing is like, I mean, you could technically ramp up that, but it's a coworker situation, so you don't want to get accused of sexual harassment. He must be letting you know he's there. I mean, he wants something. Like, I'll be walking past and he'll be looking at me and he'll like, you know, that like sound that cats make, but when their mouth is closed. It's so fucking wild that I'm moving to Germany to get away from the Nazis to feel safe as a Jewish person. LMAO, the times sure have changed. Honestly, true. Yeah, the Lucy emoji. We love him. He was a good boy. It has been maybe a month and a half since he died. Like, I lost my best friend of 12 years last month, and it just still sucks, so it's fine. I think a big reason you have more Nazis is that you don't just fucking ban them like we do because free speech. Listen, like, a lot of the crazy shit that the Nazis believed and put into practice were ideas that they got from American eugenicists, you know? Like, America was the source of the worst parts of the Nazi regime, TBH. Radical, I still need to finish the patchwork cardigan. Nice. I don't really wear, like, I don't wear, like, sweaters and stuff very much. I really enjoy making crop tops. I think I've only successfully made 2 that fit crop top wise, but I've made like 4, you know. My cat does too, and I usually pet her or say excuse me or I see you. Yeah. Mitternacht is like a weirdo who, for example, wants fresh water all the time. So if the water is like slightly not fresh enough, he's crying about it. So I bought him a water fountain, and even then he like cries about it. Yeah, the cat emoji is some of the emojis are publicly available and some of them are subscriber only, and it is very arbitrary. I don't really have a great reason for there being a distinction between those two things, but it's an incentive for donos. You're getting something out of the donation that's not just sending me money. You know, you actually get the emojis out of it. Yes, and we came up with concentration camps. Right. Everything is very depressing. Like, I don't know. Have any of you seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall? I know it's kind of an old movie at this point, and it's not like a main... It's not like... I don't know. I feel like Knocked Up, for example, had more cultural influence than Forgetting Sarah Marshall. I just happened to really love Forgetting Sarah Marshall. But it has Peter Segal and like Kristen Bell and Peter. Actually, is that his name? No, Jason. His name in the movie is Peter. Jason Segal. He's like in the movie, he's like writing a... Yeah, dicks. True. There's the full frontal nudity in there. I don't know if that's actually the reference that you're making, Quarbarian, but there is full frontal nudity in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Jason Segel just kind of posts dick twice in that movie. That's not why I brought it up, though. Why I brought it up was because his character is like writing a Dracula musical, I don't know, Forgetting Sarah Marshall, what's it about? Okay, so TLDR, at the very beginning of the movie, the guy gets dumped by his girlfriend, right? And he goes into like a depressive spiral, and he decides that he's going to go to vacation in Hawaii to like get away, to like get his head back in the game. And she just happens to be at the same resort that he went to. Like, he goes to this one resort because he's like, well, you know, Sarah used to mention this a lot, so you know, it sounded really nice, so I'll go ahead and go there. And she so happens to be there with her new boyfriend, Russell Brand. And so it's about trying to get over her on this vacation. And then like Mila Kunis plays a woman who works at the hotel. And she ends up kind of getting romantically entangled, but he doesn't like get the girl at the end until he figures his shit out and works on himself. So when he's trying to write a musical about Dracula that he wants to be like Muppet style, he wants it all to be puppets. That's his like special idea that he has. But the reason why I brought it up is because he plays a song from his musical where Dracula is singing about his situation, and also like after he comes home from Hawaii, he's all broken up because the girl that he was seeing like didn't, you know, she was like, you need to get your shit figured out. So he's alone and he's sad, and he decides to start working on the musical, but he's like mired in the worst part of his depression, having been dumped by Sarah Marshall and then being dumped by his rebound girl on top of that. And there's this one line of the song where he uses his little Dracula voice, and he's like, it's getting kind of hard to believe things are going to get better. And I like think about that a lot. Like that line just pops up into my head a lot. Like, it's getting kind of hard to believe things are going to get better. Full frontal is one of the most vile phrases Aloes have ever devised. It's so non-explicit sounding, but it's really the worst. Really? I guess I'm like, the phrase full frontal nudity to me is almost explicit in and of itself. I don't know. It's just context, I guess. Or maybe it is just an asexual thing. Could be. I love how I went on an entire thing and like explained an entire movie to you just to tell you about this one line that I think about every time, like, I don't know, anytime any shit happens. It's getting hard to believe that anything is going to get better, like personally, professionally, politically. Like, the void is calling, y'all. Like, I don't know how much you all deal with that. Like, I find it really easy to slide back into suicidal ideation after I basically was like suicidal almost every day for a long time, and it's easy to just fall back into that place and be like, no, you know what? It really would be easier if I was just fucking dead. But here we are, living out of spite. Just got back after showering. The name of the movie was Forgetting Sarah Marshall. It's a great movie. I really like the movie. It's like one of the least problematic of those like the spin-off Judd Apatow cinematic universe. Do you know what I mean? People kept saying it was getting better. I told them it wasn't, and I hate being proven right. Yeah. Anyway, like, I'm being open and honest with you about that, by the way. Like, I don't want this to become a doom spiral where I'm like, I feel like shit and I want to die. And you guys are like, same. Like, I don't want that to be what we do. Like, I want it to be like, I feel like shit and I want to die. And yet here I am doing my fucking job, you know? Like, I'm not going to give up, and I will be damned if any of you give up on my watch. Like, fuck that shit. As much as I hate being alive, I would rather not present that as like the thing that we're driving toward, you know? I relate to using my work to get through the bullshit. I've been rushing through first drafts to write queer as fuck books for people to read. so that we can have something queer stuff, but it's also an escape. I think that it's like I don't know. I think that it's pretty common for people to dive into their work in order to, I mean, you know, people tell you to stay busy, and they, you know, it's because it means something, you know, like, I hate the phrase, it gets worse before it gets better. So if it's being offered as a platitude, I can understand hating that. But like, you know, my therapist, the one that I really liked and I was with for like 2 years, who suddenly quit her job earlier this year, like it really fucked me up for a minute there. But there were some difficult things going on in my personal life at the time that could portend great change. A great change that I didn't want. So it was something that she taught me, that like, sometimes things have to get worse before they get better. You know, like if you are, I'm just going to make some bullshit up really here. If you're a mom in an abusive relationship, if you have to get your kids out of that situation, like the reality of the situation is you're going to be homeless for a while. Like, unless you have something, built into your escape route or whatever, like the likelihood is that things will get worse and then they'll get better. Like my relationship to that phrase is that sometimes you have to make a choice that's going to make your life temporarily worse. And then after it's temporarily worse, it will be better than it was before. Like you're tolerating treatment that you don't deserve. Like you're at a job that sucks, and like you're familiar with the job that sucks though. So quitting it is hard. Like getting yourself to make a change that could temporarily make things worse is hard. But I can understand it being difficult as a platitude, because it is contextual. You shouldn't just accept that things get worse before they get better, because then what you're accepting is just that things are constantly getting worse, and you're kind of hoping that things are going to get better. This is like the phrase, the right side of history. I don't like the phrase, the right side of history, because there is no such thing as coming out on the right side of history. It's just like, you know, if you don't force it to happen, it's not going to happen. So I think to an extent it can be kind of a thought-terminating cliche. I hate that phrase because you don't know how long you and others will have to suffer. We black people had that shit for 400 plus years. I mean, yeah, that's true too. Like, and I mean, I feel like for black people, you are constantly told like, just wait and things will get better. You know, just hold your tongue and things will get better. Just perform this exact role and things will get better. If you just stop pushing for change, things will just get better naturally, I guess. But no, like it's like black people pushing for their own change, black people killing their slave masters, that was like driving all of this social progress, you know? I think we all have weird associations. I used to have a girlfriend named Elise, and when I hear Für Elise by Beethoven, I react to it. I used to play that song for her, another song by Enigma called Callous Went Away that used to elicit a lot of emotions in me. 10 and 20 years later, those songs could bring tears. Music, yeah, we've talked about this before. Music is extremely evocative to me. I am very sensitive. I have to be very selective about what I listen to. Yeah, or be nice to the oppressors and it will get better. Yeah, exactly. Just be nice, you know, just don't worry about it. Whatever. Okay, hold on. I was going to... We have maybe one other thing to look at today. Drink some more water. I'm actually going to refill my water. Be right back. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to read about this. I had another bit of news, and now I'm like angry, and I don't want to read about it. So maybe we'll get back around to it in a few minutes. But we're running up on that 4-hour time. I'm not feeling like particularly tired. I'm just acknowledging we're running up on that 4-hour mark, and like a lot of the times I quit stream after about 3 hours. So, we've had a lot of really good, interesting discussion today so far. Yeah, music hits hard. I only recently got to the point I can listen to tunes my dad played 12 years after his death. Oh my gosh, that's hard. I've had a really complicated relationship with music since I was a teenager, basically. Oh, so I do want to say... Baphomet has gone now because they're going to be coming back to the United States from vacation. So when Baphomet is back, if any of you have any funny videos that you would like to submit to be added to a segment where you all try to make me laugh, the goal for me is to not laugh, and the goal for you is to make me laugh during this segment. We've only done it like once or twice. I'm opening up submissions in the Discord. If you go to the Slay Your Dragon channel, you can post the links to your videos. And when Baphomet gets back from his vacation, I will have someone to kind of curate that content for me, and we can do more fun segments. And the reason that I brought it up is because I'm realizing that we're at the end of this stream where I've been ranting a lot, and even my attempts to be positive are kind of coming out weird. I was trying to think, like, is there something positive we could end stream on? And I couldn't think of anything. So if you want there to be more positive stream stuff in the future, that's also a segment that I want to start doing more regularly. You know, it's kind of like how Demon Mama has Cooking Mama. We're going to have like a You Laugh, You Lose section of our stream. Did you see about that based firefighter in Miami who got fired for saying ACAB? I did. Yeah. Maybe we'll do that segment real quick. Maybe we can do that segment real quick. I don't know. I actually am getting really annoyed. Maybe we won't do a segment. I'm like hitting a wall right now. Oh shit, I can't listen to Offspring's Gone Away because it makes me think of my recently dead partner and best friend of 24 years. At work, all I could do was cry myself crazy. I'm so sorry, Anansi. I can't imagine, like, losing your partner after that long sounds really hard. We love our firefighters. I know, like, I love firefighters so much. What video is this, Mersh? The thing, Mersh, is that the reason why I'm having other people check this content for me is because a lot of this is going to be copyrighted material. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to watch... And I can't screen it while I'm actively streaming, you know? So the idea is that we're having... we'll have you all submit the sections, and then that way we won't get caught. You know, we won't get zucked out or anything. That firefighter thing was really cool. Hope things will get better for them. Yeah, I mean, I like it. Obviously, I enjoyed reading the thing where it was like, what did he say? He said, like, I've had to bag up so many of their bodies for the, like, honor guard over them not wanting to get vaccinated for COVID. Look at it later to be happier. Yeah. I'm like, listen, I know things that I should be doing to make myself feel better. And like, I'm just not doing a very good job at it. And like, it's not like I'm more accountable now that I'm telling you that, but it's true. I'm not eating enough. I'm probably not drinking enough water. I'm not sleeping well enough. I think you'll like it. Do you like Mel Brooks? I do like Mel Brooks. I glanced and saw that was kind of it was a Mel Brooks clip, but yeah, I was the last person she talked to before it happened. It hurts every single day. Yeah, I'm really sorry. Like, my heart really goes out to you. Maybe at some point I'll start talking about my personal shit too. I don't really talk about it on stream, but I don't know, probably in a few months. I'll probably start telling you guys about some stuff that's been going on with me. If you're a patron, you probably already know, but yeah, same. Taking care of yourself is hard. I mean, it is. Like, it's just like, if you are a person like me who is susceptible to self-hatred, like, I mean, you don't want to care for someone who you fucking hate. Like, you don't want to do nice things for someone that you don't like. So I'm struggling with that. Yeah, cherish the person you're with all you can. Don't let small fights make you say and do things you'll regret. Love each other because that day comes unexpectedly. Yeah, well, I'm trying not to cry on this stream, so... No, to be clear, Anansi, you're not upsetting me. I don't want you to feel like that at all. I just have shit going on in my life that is hard to deal with. Anyway, oh gosh. I'm trying to think of, like, if there's anything else that I've had going on over the last couple of days or anything that's going on this week. Ooh, this week, upcoming. We have some fun stuff coming up this week. Thursday, I believe it is this week. Thursday, we're finally going to do that big panel stream that we've been kind of teasing for a little while. If any of you are Voshite fans, you know about the Progressive Action 2022 server on Discord. You know, we are gonna have this conversation about becoming more politically active. Like, how can we, as leftist trans streamers, how can we be active? How can you all get more involved? We're gonna provide some community resources, a community hub. So, like, you know, you all enjoy hanging out here with me. Maybe there's some other trans streamer who you don't know about who you might find is really cool also. Or maybe you just build political coalitions with other fan groups. You know, like if the Horde goes and interacts with the Imps, although I don't think Demon Mama is involved yet, you know, that's community building as well, you know. Community building around actual action. You can do actual real world shit, right? So that's going to be Thursday this week. I'm looking forward to that because I like to socialize. I am really just a social bug. And I also like feeling like I'm actually doing something to help change the world. So getting you all in touch with the people that you need to be in touch with in order to make political action happen, that's something that I find very valuable. So I'm excited about doing that. Oh, I'm also getting my IUD put in tomorrow. That is the thing that's going to happen tomorrow. I am expecting to feel pretty crampy and bad for the rest of the week, especially since I just got done with cramps and bleeding. So I need to get more involved in my local politics. I know more about U.S. politics than shit in my own country. True. So, and the political action thing that we're putting together is going to be, I think, pretty U.S. centric, but I hope that we're able to build out into something more international. For now, I think it's mainly just the United States and possibly Canada. Good luck with the IUD. Yeah, I'm going to take, I'm taking ibuprofen tonight and tomorrow, and that's supposed to help a bit. It's just going to be a long day, I think. And I'm actually, like, I'm not sure if we're going to stream on Tuesday because of that. If I'm really crampy and feel garbage on Tuesday, then I might not stream. And the next time I see you might be on Thursday. But that's just because I've never had an IUD and I have no idea what they're going to be like. So if you are a person who needs an IUD and you live in the United States, I went to the website for Bayer, who manufactures the Mirena, and I filled out their form, their paperwork requesting reduced cost assistance or whatever. So they just sent, as far as I know, they just sent the IUD to my doctor's office for free. I've not received a bill. As far as I know, they haven't charged me. So as long as you have a doctor who can put it in for you, you could potentially get the Mirena IUD for free, depending on your income. You know, I think our combined income for the two of us in our household, less than $40,000 a year, and they sent it to me for free. So if you're a single person who makes like $20K a year, you can probably get your IUD for free. It's I don't think that the standards that these private companies use are as stringent as the government standards, you know. Oh my God. As soon as I get into the swing of my new position, I'm going to try to associate more with the county I live in and get involved in the local Democrat Party. Yeah, that's awesome. And hopefully, like, we're going to have like a map of different political actions, which is going to be really exciting. Need to actively work to stop the radical Republicans from corrupting the county. True. Yeah. As much as I can get you all politically involved, I would say that's a win for me and a win for you. If we get you politically involved and you're developing social connections that are going to be integral to survival in the future of this hellscape country, that is also really good too. We need comrades. Damn, that is really good. People can get it for free over there still. Well, yeah. So yeah, you have to learn a lot of tricky shit. If you're low income in the United States, you have to learn a lot of tricksy things. And if I hadn't gone to previously, I had gone to a mental health clinic that did sliding scale. And at one point I was on Vyvanse for ADHD, and they had me fill out the same kind of thing where you ask the manufacturer directly. You say, hey, my income is low. I don't have insurance. Can you give me this medication for a reduced cost? I've gotten free pills that way before. Sometimes they'll do samples. Like you'll get like 3 months of medication because it's a sample. And that's really good if you're spending fucking 6 years trying a bunch of different antidepressants and your doctor doesn't ever meaningfully refer you to therapy and just tries you on increasingly difficult and crazy antidepressants. Anyway, my care was mismanaged. I would probably be a lot further ahead if I had not spent 6 to 7 years trying to just try like 8 million different antidepressants. Anyway, but no, if you want an IUD or any other particularly expensive medication, if you're uninsured, I didn't even have to provide any documentation. I just said, this is what our income level is. There's 2 people in my household, and they just sent the Mirena for free. They didn't even ask me. I'm trying to get a job in canvassing, probably sucky work, but get paid to be involved sounds good. Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think. Like, a lot of those positions are volunteer. But yeah, I mean, if you're working for a campaign or if you're volunteering for a campaign, it's going to be way more opportunity for you to meet someone who might have similar interests to you. We're going to be screening these campaigns to see how they handle trans and non-binary people, because we don't want you all going to volunteer with a campaign that is going to be anything but open to your existence as a trans person who helps them, you know. Yeah, damn, get censored. I think the word God also gets censored. You might, I don't know if you want to check that, if you want to play it. If you say God damn, like 2 separate words, I think they'll both get censored. The manufacturers do that to avoid getting their patents busted, I think, but I'm glad it's something. I don't know why they do it. I really don't know even why they provide that service, but most people don't know about it. I have an undergraduate degree in political science, and I'm transitioning into a civilian position from a military one. It's easier for me to get into politics now than ever in my life. Have you ever considered running for anything, Mersh, or do you just want to volunteer? I'm having the interview next week unrelated to this project. That's exciting, Soy Boy. I hope you get it. I hope you get the job. Even if you take a cut to your income, if you're doing something that you like and is happy for you, then it's good. Like, I'm so grateful to have this job because I don't have, I don't have to deal with a lot of the bullshit from having a regular job. It's lower income than I maybe have ever had. But it is still much better than basically anything else. I think Jesus does also. Does Jesus get censored? Jesus does not get censored. Interesting. Yeah, but the word God does. And I think the word come gets censored. You know, like White Nervosa has, oh shit, that's a really funny thought. I just had a really funny but kind of mean thought. I have absolutely nothing against White Nervosa, but I just think it's funny that she's like Christian or whatever she is, and she programmed it in that God gets censored. Or at least I think that she is the one who set up the bot. Jesus is just a first name. Yeah. Jesus. I'm unemployed, so it's definitely not a cut. I mean, yeah, there you go. There you go. I'm excited for you to get the new job. I'm excited for me for having done this. It's been like 6 months now. Like, it was mid-February when I was let go from my job as an electrician. So it's been like almost exactly 6 months that I've been providing entertainment for you all full time. I'm interested in volunteering. There's a corrupt board of supervisors member that I would love to get out of office. I would run against him if I could. However, I'm content to get him out from the sidelines. Yeah. Hey, Zeus. Yeah. Something about Hey, Zeus made me go like, Hey, Zeus. We need to write a parody now of Hey Jude, but with Zeus. That has the potential to be really funny, right? Because Zeus was always getting up to funny tricks, and I bet we could write a song about Zeus. I cannot do it on the fly, but I bet you that it would be funny. I bet you that it has the potential to be funny. Hey, Zeus. Don't be afraid. That's the actual words, though. Why'd you fuck that cow? I know. Yeah, really. Why would you want God censored? I don't know. This is what I mean. This is like, I've never really considered why it's censored, but then having White Nervosa get all pissed off about the anti-theist discussion, it's like, oh, well, that's kind of funny that she's the one who built the website and God is censored. Like, is it because of her religious beliefs? I don't know. That's kind of funny, though. You have the perfect voice for Hey Jude. Well, thank you. I actually, you know, when I was younger, I like tried to get into a couple different types of music because I was like, I want to be into punk music. And then I tried listening to punk music, and the punk music that I had access to sucked. And I also was like, I kind of want to be a fan of the Beatles. Like, I just aesthetically want to try to be a fan of the Beatles. I was like 13 or 14. Okay, y'all, this is the logic of a teenager. And I tried to listen to some Beatles, and I did listen to some Beatles, and I listened to Hey Jude a lot, and I just don't really like the Beatles. Like, they're not horrible, but I'm just like, wow, this is kind of boring. New stream segment. Consider, hey, what about wouldn't it be funny if maybe? It's strange being an elected official. I kind of feel like as soon as you become an elected official, you kind of stop becoming, like, you stop being an actual human person. So, I don't know. That's just me personally. There's just so many demands on you at that point. I love the Beatles. John Lennon is great. Wasn't John Lennon like a wife beater? Is there no such thing as a good person anymore? It's like, people were just recently saying that Tim Burton sucks, and I'm like, don't fucking tell me that. I don't want to know that. I never sought out a music genre for the sake of wanting to be a fan of it. I mean, I didn't listen to punk music. I was like, punk is like an aesthetic that I like, and the music is related, but I ended up not liking the music. So I was like, I guess that this subculture is not for me, I guess. I was trying to explore. We've got our monthly general board meeting on Wednesday. Nice. Getting politically active. I don't know what we're doing at this point. I'm just making fucking random noises. This is what stream is like with an autist at the very end. Damn, these horns do look sexy though, right? It takes up a lot of your time being in public office. People were visiting all the time when my father was in office. He had people calling him every night after work, etc. There do seem to be very few good people. It's like, yeah, whatever makes you run for office makes you a not good person. Oh, or you just mean like there are very few good people in general? Oh yeah, once you get big in entertainment, that's fair. Like Johnny Depp sucks. Tim Burton sucks. Apparently, I don't know actually what the accusation was specifically about Tim Burton, but like, can we just have good people run the world? That would be great. I would just like to have some good people in charge. That would be awesome. Imagine, beautiful track. Sad they ran it into the ground by making a new one every single year. Imagine all the people. Anyway, I did used to listen to the Beatles. I tried. Our board is so limited in what we can do that it's been depressing me lately. Yeah, it just kind of seems like political action is always going to be difficult. The horns look like they belong to you. Seems like they should have always been there. That's kind of how I feel. I'm like, damn, Euphoria unlocked. It feels really silly. How are both corrupt and attracts already corrupt people? Tim Burton had that weird race comment a few years ago. Anansi, I think that might be what I'm thinking of. That he made some comment about how he didn't want to hire a black actor because the black actor just didn't fit his vision. And it's like, you clearly don't know any Bloths. So I said Bloths, and I only said it because I was thinking of the word blurs, and I just invented the word Bloths out of nowhere just then, and I realized as I said it, I was like, baby, you might be saying something offensive right now, so I'm just acknowledging that I was trying to say blurred, and I said bloth instead. I mean, I was going for the blurred as a concept, but I said bloth. I don't know if that's offensive. I think black people being goth is amazing. Not sure about Johnny Depp sucking compared to the other party in that shit show, but honestly, most actors are fucking weird. Some of the court documents being released from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trials, and like, it just seems like he was a crazy person the entire time. It doesn't work to just put good people in charge. We have to destroy all hierarchies. I don't think that I am not a complete abolitionist of, you're just now Bloths, you're owning it. Yeah, black goths are now Bloths. Destroying all hierarchies. I don't actually think that it is necessarily a good thing to destroy all hierarchies. Anarchism, as I understand it, as a practice, as a political theory, is about wanting to abolish unjust hierarchies. So, like, you know, if one person has more scientific expertise on a subject, that person having a greater weight of influence and like maybe some hierarchical position of authority in deciding what to do next about the area upon which they have expertise, I would not say that that's an unjustified hierarchy. Like, I think that a hierarchy can be justified and that it also can be good if it is justified. Guy should have never gotten that famous. It's clearly killing him. I guess so. I really didn't want to know anything about the Johnny Depp shit either. I was like, it sounds like two crazy people in a relationship and I don't fucking care. At one point, my partner was trying to talk to me about it. Like, he was trying to talk to me about Amber Heard. Like, he had a negative opinion of Amber Heard before the trial finished or anything, or any of this additional info came out. And I had to be like, I was like, why the fuck are you making me think about this? Like, I just don't care. Like, why have a bunch of people that I know been duped into personally being invested in this fucking court case? Like, why, like, I'm trying to avoid hearing about this on the internet. Why the fuck do I have to hear about it at home? I was not nearly that upset or vehement or anything. I'm like reenacting the feelings that I was having at the time. At the time, I was like, yeah, it's weird how so many people I know have been tricked into caring about this thing, and I'm just not interested in it. I used to love Harvey Weinstein's films, however, he was a terrible person. Nevertheless, I have to admit that Hollywood hasn't produced as many interesting Quentin Tarantino films since the Weinstein brothers have lost influence in showbiz. Miramax films were innovative. Maybe this is just me, but I stopped watching. It's like Quentin Tarantino films, like, when did the Weinstein brothers officially lose their influence? Because I remember, like, whenever Inglourious Bastards came out, which was like more than 10 years ago, I just remember being like completely uninterested. even as someone who liked other Quentin Tarantino movies. Like, I personally think that Quentin Tarantino started to fall off a long time ago. The issue with saying unjust hierarchies is that a liberal could be an anarchist if they felt current government was just. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But I also, like, I think that people end up with a really fucking dumb understanding of anarchism if you just say there should be no hierarchy, because that sounds like a fucking unhinged thing to say, and it is. Like, yeah, I liked Reservoir Dogs when I was younger. Pulp Fiction was okay. I saw Kill Bill when I was older, and I thought that Kill Bill was really cool when I watched it, which was a while ago. But then, yeah, I don't know. Any of the more recent stuff, I'm like, I don't fucking care. I just haven't cared. I think a lot of guys who are invested in the whole Depp thing don't really care about his abuse or anything. They want to use this as a reason to blow off women's claims. Honestly, I don't think that that's necessarily wrong. Well, we've been going for like a little bit over 4 hours. I still feel like hot garbo, but I'm going to try to eat something. Please take care of yourselves. I might not see you on Tuesday because of the IUD thing. I'll let you know in the Discord. Until then, take care. Treat yourselves nicely. You know, even if you don't like yourself right now, I want you to take care of yourself. And I'm going to try to do my best to take care of myself so that I'm not a hypocrite and I'm not setting a bad example. So I'm going to get the fuck out of here. I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'll see you later this week. All right? Take care.